never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Federal Reserve cut its benchmark interest rate by 1/4 point today, marking the third reduction of the year.
These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs.
Chair Jerome Powell says the move aims to boost hiring amid a slowing labor market, although inflation remains a concern. The rate now sits between 3.5% and 3.75%, with some officials dissenting from that decision. Moderate House Republicans are leading an effort to introduce legislation to extend Obamacare subsidies.
The bill, which also has support from Democratic lawmakers, would extend the subsidies for 2 years with new income limits and anti-fraud measures. Without congressional action, the enhanced subsidies are set to expire on December 31st. It's not clear if House leadership will support the latest plan or any of the bipartisan proposals circulating. However, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson said leadership is developing a proposal to unveil as soon as this week. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is not ruling out sending troops to Venezuela.
Asked about the possibility in an interview with Politico, Trump said, "I don't comment on that." He added, "I wouldn't say that one way or the other." Trump also said Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's days are numbered. Tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela have escalated since the Trump administration began conducting military strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Trump told Politico he would consider taking similar action on Mexico and Colombia to reduce fentanyl trafficking. U.S. government reports say the majority of fentanyl arriving in the United States is from Mexico and China. I'm Michael Kastner.
For the first time, Denmark's Defense Intelligence Service has flagged the U.S. as a potential security concern, citing American economic and military leverage, even towards allies, especially over Greenland. While Russia and China remain top threats, Copenhagen worries that U.S. actions could complicate Europe's security and Arctic stability. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
If we don't do it, we're essentially eating our seed corn. I mean, it's really something that is very, very important for our long-term future.
A new study highlights the benefits of early childhood education. Texas economist Ray Perryman says every dollar invested can return more than $60 over time.
I mean, it literally affects how kids' brains form, which implicates their future earnings.
Perryman notes that long-term gains far exceed those of other public or private investments, showing early education is a smart financial and social investment. Army prosecutors have charged Fort Hood OBGYN Major Blaine McGraw with 61 counts, including secretly recording 44 female patients. He's been suspended since October and faces indecent visual recording, conduct unbecoming an officer, and false statement charges. About 3,000 former patients have been notified as a preliminary hearing decides if the case moves forwards towards court-martial. A Democrat is going to be running the city of Miami for the first time in 30 years.
Democrat Eileen Higgins won Tuesday's runoff with 59% of the vote over Emiliano Gonzalez. She'll be the first Democratic mayor in Miami in nearly 30 years and will become the city's first female mayor. She says it's very exciting and she hopes it sends a message to any girls or teenagers that they can be anything they want. The race drew national interest with former President Barack Obama backing the eventual winner and President Trump endorsing Gonzalez. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Well, that, my friends, is how we close out a Wednesday, hump day in the books, as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And here we go again, just like that. All right, set to kick off a brand new day. Time zone to time zone. Rolling into a Thursday, day number 11 in the month of December. Good to have you with us out of the box here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, what do we see? A few flakes of snow falling outside the secret bunker at this hour. Looking at 33 degrees after what had been mostly a rainy day. Now, we had warmed into the lower 40s, so that really saved us from picking up any significant accumulation. We've got a dusting outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio, but things are beginning to transition. And we'll take a look at our travelers' weather. Those rainy conditions indeed have transitioned to light snow. What we're looking at tonight, overnight, Wednesday into a Thursday morning, some of these snow squalls are going to be blowing through parts of the Midwest, the Appalachians, and the Atlantic coast. With our latest surge of Arctic air sweeps through the region. Coming up, we'll tell you, we're getting ready for the really, really cold stuff just ahead. But AccuWeather forecasters warn bursts of snow and sudden drop in visibility could lead to dangerous travel conditions, with a lake effect event adding pockets of heavier snowfall. For snow squalls, the wintertime equivalent of a summertime downpour or even a thunderstorm. Some squalls have been known to actually produce lightning and thunder. Sometimes those individual squalls organize into a solid line of snow bursts. That's where you see driving conditions that can deteriorate within seconds to a couple of minutes. Visibility drop into less than 100 feet. Dry pavement suddenly becomes wet, slushy, and snow-covered. This is often exacerbated by winding or hilly roads, closely bunched traffic, and difficult braking conditions that often leads to major pileups. We've witnessed those rain showers transitioning to snow showers and squalls from portions of Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, into West Virginia and Pennsylvania this evening. New York, Western Maryland from the evening hours. So you still have actually those blizzard warning conditions in place for the eastern regions of West Virginia and the westernmost portions of Maryland there. Ultimately, when all is said and done, they're saying 4 to 8 inches of total accumulation, locally higher amounts, with those gusty winds, significant blowing and drifting of snow there. So definitely looking at some travel issues in that portion of the country tonight. Now, the combination of this heavy snow squalls, plunging temperatures, and strong winds, as I just mentioned, had prompted blizzard warnings for portions of West Virginia, the mountainous areas there. Overnight tonight into Thursday, some flurries, snow showers, perhaps some locally heavy snow squalls may drift east of the Appalachians, reaching eventually the Interstate 95 corridor from Virginia to New Jersey, Massachusetts, up into Maine. Closer to the Great Lakes, Michigan, to western Pennsylvania, western, northern, and central New York. That's where we're going to see bands of lake effect snow bringing several inches into Thursday morning before all but retreating to upstate New York by Friday. But road conditions are going to vary by the mile due to the shifting bands of snow as yet another batch of Arctic air threatens to bring the coldest air of the season so far this weekend into next week. We could see a couple more clippers bringing more general snow to portions of the Midwest and the eastern USA. Now, what about the cold? Here it comes. AccuWeather tells us extremely cold air has been building in northern Canada this week, and it's about to roll southeastward into a large part of the central and eastern U.S. over the next several days. Some of the changes in the pattern are going to begin to unfold next week, which the anticipation is may root out some of the coldest air from the country before Christmas arrives. there's a massive area of air in northwest Canada where temperatures are 20 to 30 degrees below zero. And it's on its way southeast into the U.S. This, according to AccuWeather, is the motherlode of cold air. And it's a term I do not use lightly, he says. This frigid air will be uncomfortable and potentially dangerous across the northern plains to the Midwest, although temperatures may not be quite as extreme as they are further north in Canada. Undoubtedly, the coldest air of the season so far is on the way for portions of the Midwest, Tennessee Valley, much of the Appalachians. Minneapolis, actual temperatures may fail to climb above zero, and you're going to be surrounded by lows 10 to 20 below zero by Friday night into Saturday night, and wind chills will make it 10 to 20 degrees colder than the actual air temperature. So we're talking 20 plus below zero. Some areas may experience nearly 40 below wind chill factors. Exposure for those without shelter, especially with the winds, can lead to hypothermia or frostbite in less than 30 minutes. Temperatures may barely reach the single digits in Chicago come Saturday. Then you'll be well below zero by Saturday night. Wind chills in Chicago are forecast to be below zero all weekend long. The upcoming Arctic outbreak and most cold blast in recent weeks, driven by the displacement of the polar vortex, that will hover in the lowest part of the atmosphere and struggle to climb over the Appalachians. But even in the area east of the mountains from D.C. to Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, temperatures are going to approach or exceed the low mark reached during the middle of this week. Should a storm deliver the first accumulating snow of the season to those areas later this weekend, a stage could be set for temperatures to plummet east of the Appalachians as well. All right, millions of families are going to struggle with high heating bills, furnaces, baseboards, heat pumps, running nonstop trying to keep those homes warm in this harsh cold. Of course, untreated areas or unheated areas, you got the risk of pipes freezing and bursting. So the pattern's going to shift a bit next week, adopting a more west to east orientation in the U.S. It may take some time for that coldest air to get out of here, but there will be some bursts of cold air in the central and eastern states, not as extreme as what we're seeing this coming days. While it may feel like Christmas time already with the cold and the snow, the bitterly cold pattern's not going to last through the holidays. They say the vast snow cover that's still being added to by these clipper systems through this weekend, much of that's going to be eroded by warmer temperatures prior to Christmas. Don't assume because it's cold and snowy now that'll be the case come Christmas Day. AccuWeather tells us skiers and snowboarders should take advantage of the cold air and the fresh powder on the slopes that are open in the Appalachians. Ski and boarding conditions could deteriorate over Christmas week as some of these resorts see warmer air moving in. In the meantime, those wanting warmth, or at least warm thoughts through this weekend, you can look to the Florida Peninsula and most areas west of the Rockies, well, except for foggy conditions in California's Central Valley or flooding in the Pacific Northwest. That's another scenario we've been watching through much of the week. They are dealing with incredible flooding, record-setting stages on many rivers in Washington into portions of Oregon. I can say after 2 consecutive nights of looking at the radar with torrential rains in the Pacific Northwest, we still have some shower activity in northwest Washington, from Seattle to Victoria, British Columbia, on into Vancouver. Not nearly as heavy as we had seen the last couple of days. Some shower activity continues through parts of northern Montana tonight, but that's anticipating the cold air that's going to be dumping in. Rain will transition to snow. In other words, we have winter weather advisories for much of Montana. western North Dakota through a good chunk of central and eastern South Dakota. Winter storm warnings in north central and northeastern Montana, where you'll see some of the heaviest accumulations. Yes, good news, the winds have died down a bit. It was a really blustery day throughout the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley region here through the day Wednesday. Still a few occasional gusts out there, but yeah, the cold air is coming our way. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive underway on a Thursday.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Say, well, looks like I lost all my comments from our Facebook and YouTube friends. What the? I do see Josh joins us. Josh McManus, that is. Speaking of Josh, Josh Steinmetz, there in Hot Shot Secrets, going to be joining us at some point on our Friday morning show. I'm not sure if he's going to be here out of the box. We're going to be doing some upgrades in the secret bunker Friday. Added some additional features, updated computer system. So Josh is going to try to get here. I kind of presume he's trying to get ahead of the wintry weather that's supposed to be coming our way Thursday night into Friday morning. So maybe arriving with no problems, getting out of here. I don't know. That may be a different story, but we'll see. But yeah, we'll look forward to Josh spending some time with us once we wrap up the show Friday morning. We'll get to work on the secret bunker renovations, I guess we'll say. And for those that watch on the streaming, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, you should notice some changes come our Monday edition. All right, so looking forward to that. Meanwhile, the winds, we were talking 24 hours ago, Colorado, Wyoming. Yeah, the Wyoming wind prompting not one, but 2 warnings via social media the last day or 2. Yeah, winds got dangerously high for high-profile vehicles. Anything with a total gross weight of less than 60,000 pounds. Highway Patrol said we've seen multiple blowovers. And the wild wind actually had I-25 closed to light high-profile vehicles from Colorado to Sheridan, Wyoming. From Colorado to Wheatland was especially dangerous this past day. They were indeed seeing gusts 75 to 90 miles per hour. Downright dangerous for anyone hauling a trailer weighing less than 60,000 pounds gross vehicle weight. They were advising if you're hauling a lighter load, a camper, or an empty commercial trailer, please just hunker down and avoid the interstate. That was Tuesday into Wednesday. The windstorm, no joke, they said. If your vehicle's less than 60,000 pounds, Mother Nature tends to show who's the boss during these events, and it's not us. Had both I-25 and I-80 were closed to high-profile vehicles for a time during the wind event. But just avoiding the interstates, they say, isn't cutting it. The wind is blowing vehicles over on smaller highways as well. I've seen some of the photos of literally lines of tractor trailers blown over into the median strip there. Wyoming DOT spokesperson spoke to KNEB Radio that research by the University of Wyoming has helped them be more specific with the closures. The signage and our website a little bit clearer for those drivers out there, including the non-commercial drivers, people pulling RVs and things like that. 20,000-pound weight really starts impacting them as well. So they were just trying to keep people informed, have a better idea of what they were rolling into out there in the incredible winds. Highway Patrol in Wyoming said with all the blowovers that did occur, no serious injuries indeed were reported this past day. So things a bit calmer tonight, but see what's going on with horse feathers. Hey, what day is it? Friday Eve, I believe.
Happy Friday Eve, Your Honor.
Yes.
There you go. So apparently I'm moving up in the world, Your Honor. I must be getting up there with the high and the elite and rubbing elbows with the high-class people. I got a friend request today from Josh Malloy. You believe that?
Really?
The thing is that Josh Malloy didn't have any friends. Now I can't believe that somebody in the country music business like that would have a Facebook, I guess profile there, and not have any friends. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. So I don't know if anybody else got a friend request from Josh out there, but maybe Big Ed has to make a mention that Josh is sending out friend requests. Maybe Josh doesn't know he's sending out friend requests.
Exactly. Here's the bigger question: Did you accept the request, you big dummy?
No, I don't accept very many as it is. You know,
I mean,
they gotta be friends with Steve Sommers. If they're not friends with Steve Sommers, there, I don't even pay any attention to them.
I guarantee that's a guy that's not out there sending requests. I'm sure he's probably got somebody that works his site, accepting all the requests he gets to be his friend, right? Yeah,
exactly. Anyways, there. The weather's really not anything to mess with there. Hey, I don't know if you've ever noticed or not, but anyway, you watch animals, especially like the horses and the cows and that, and everybody says, well, they got to have barns to go into, and you got to put them inside when the weather's bad. And I've been around a lot of animals, and there's a lot of times I've been like, you guys are nuts for standing outside. It's freezing rain and wind blowing, and but they got warm, shaggy hair, and they got layers of coats usually. I mean, they coat hair even without putting coats on them. If they're acclimated, they grow their fur for a lot of the conditions. Now, I mean, if we get into the extreme stuff like we get out there in Montana and that, where the cattle are, the snow's 4 feet over top of their backs, and that makes it a little difficult to get through. But for the most part, you know, you get the weather right now. And if you watch an animal like that, a cow or a horse, he'll actually turn his tail into the wind. And they'll put their heads, you know, downwind, you know, make their body right, you know, so, you know, their butt's against the wind and their nose is downwind, and they'll keep their heads down and they'll point their ears, turn their ears around so the wind don't blow in their ears, and they're all pretty comfortable out there. Normally they'll like that. A lot of times they won't even go into a run-in area or a, you know, sometimes they'll go behind a structure or something just that'll break the wind, but for the most part, heck, they'll stand out there and eat grass or eat hay or whatever it is they want to be doing. So, but that's what you got to do with your truck. I mean, if you're out there and the wind's blowing 75 to 90 miles an hour, you got to put the back door, especially you get one of them girl trailers that you wear them skirts. You know, they got them skirts they put on them girl trailers, them square-sided 53-foot long girls. And you gotta put the rear end facing the, you know, the badonkadonk. You got to put the badonkadonk to the wind end there and point your nose the other way and not be crossways, you know, to have the wind blowing you over there. But anyways.
And when you're in the crosswind, like that was the case along portions of 25 and 80, you're pretty much out of luck.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Federal Reserve cut its benchmark interest rate by a quarter point today, marking the third reduction of the year.
These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. Chair Jerome Powell says the move aims to boost hiring amid a slowing labor market, although inflation remains a concern. The rate now sits between 3.5% and 3.75%. For the first time, Denmark's Defense Intelligence Service has flagged the U.S. as a potential security concern, citing American economic and military leverage even towards allies, especially over Greenland. While Russia and China remain top threats, Copenhagen worries that U.S. actions could complicate Europe's security and Arctic stability. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 497 points. The S&P 500 gained 46 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 77 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Looking at some of the forecasts from our next Alberta Clipper that's going to bring some travel disruptions through portions, obviously, from the Dakotas through Wisconsin, parts of Minnesota, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and eventually on down to some more snow, maybe on the way for West Virginia. First map I'm looking at is from a group known as the Southwest Ohio Weather Freak. He says, here's the deal. The models are kind of all over the place with the corridor of heavier snow. So the map could change overnight or early in the day Thursday. Models have been tending a little further south with each run. As of now, snow moves in late Thursday evening. Like 7 to 10 p.m. Snow most of the night. Should be moving out between like 5 and 9 a.m. from west to east. Obviously, road conditions Friday morning are going to be tricky. I anticipate a lot of delays and school closures. The next was forecasters in and around the Indianapolis area. Meteorologist Matt Standridge said we're finalizing the track. There's a roughly 40-mile range in where the heaviest axis of snow is going to be across the Hoosier State. Forecasting this gap is very difficult until it gets closer to starting time. Now, he's got maps depicting two different, a northerly track, which brings the heaviest snow, like right through the heart of Indianapolis, along the lines 2 to 5, maybe even 6 inches. Southerly track would have Indianapolis more like in the 1 to 2 zone, the heavier snow impacting more of southern Indiana, southeast into northern Kentucky, southwest Ohio. The southern track keeps the heaviest accumulation over central and south central Indiana. Areas mainly south and west of I-74 would have the highest totals, 2 to 5, maybe 6 inches. We expect the accumulation to move in a little after 6 p.m. If it comes in any earlier, it could impact even the evening commute there Thursday. Roads will become slick and snow-covered Thursday evening. If you have plans to be on the roads after dark, travel slow, travel safe. Going to be some closings and delays for, obviously, Friday morning. So keeping a close eye on things. Like I said, I hope Josh doesn't have any trouble getting in here based on what's coming our way. All right, I do see Michael is on board. Sneakers said, yeah, good to hear that Josh Steinmetz is going to be visiting. I got a lot of new listeners, and maybe Josh can review the company and take a few questions. That, I anticipate, is the plan. Get the very latest new products. There have been a number of new products introduced over the past year. He's checked in from time to time about that, but obviously this time of year, we're talking about the impending bitterly cold. I guarantee you we're going to see some drivers gelled up on the side of the interstate, especially in the northern tier of the country. Don't let winter freeze your diesel. Obviously, when the temperatures start dropping, diesel fuel can pose a real challenge as the wax crystals that naturally occur in diesel begin to solidify, clinging together that can block fuel lines, clog fuel filters, create sluggish cold starts, or even stalling your engine. That's why treating that fuel is imperative. Hot Shot secret. Everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense is your first line. With some of these temperatures, you may want to bump up to the stronger Winter Diesel Anti-Gel. It's a bit stronger, but prevent your fuel line from gelling or freezing. Reduce the risk of water contamination and ice in your tank or your fuel system. Easier cold starts. To get the most out of your diesel, there are some professional tips. Use high-quality additives before the temperatures drop below freezing. Add it every time you fill up. Keep your tank topped off as best as possible to reduce condensation, and make sure to use the amount of additive as directed for your particular temperature conditions. Obviously, you don't need as much treatment if it's going to be 15 degrees versus 20 below or 30 below. So, EDT, Everyday Diesel Treatment of Winter Defense. That's your go-to treatment for everyday use. Prevents gelling, improves cold starts, maintains fuel flow in freezing conditions. Also boosts your cetane, improves lubricity to help keep your engine running in the cold weather. And they did toss in a quick heads up here. Here we are, 11th day of December, Christmas just around the corner. And this holiday season, the team's going to be off. Hot Shot Secrets employees will be observing Christmas Eve, December 24th, obviously Christmas Day and Friday, given kind of a long weekend. So anyone placing orders during that time frame, which they can take the orders, but you'll see a bit of a delay in the shipping, obviously. So just keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your understanding. Hard to believe it's almost that time. Hello to Michael Wittis from Newport, Kentucky, the original Las Vegas, as he says. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers. So what are things looking at like in your neck of the woods? Did you get any of that wintry stuff, or you ended up just pretty much high and dry?
No, we had rain all day. We had water, moisture all day today, but the freezing stuff stayed up north of the Macy-Dixie line, and I think by noontime they'd warmed up enough. They were calling for highs up in York and Harrisburg for around 40 degrees there, so I think by noontime there, the freezing part all kind of went away on that storm that we had come through there for the Wednesday. And right now, heck, I got clear sky. I can see half a moon out there. Oh, wait a minute. No, it is. It's a real half a moon. It's not somebody with their pants half down. But anyway, so there's some stars and stuff out there, and we're supposed to be good through the day today, Thursday, and I think we got a little chance of something there Friday morning, like what you do later Friday morning, but not anything to be even worried about. And our next big thing coming in is Saturday night, Sunday morning there, and depending on what we have and the way the storm tracks and the cold and comes down and the storm comes across and everything mixes, then we could have anywhere from nothing to 2 feet. So somewhere in that range there is, I think, is about where we'll be. But anyways, to go with your winter defense there, I believe that Hot Shot Secret has like a winter rescue as well, which is super extreme if you're gelled up. So
that is correct.
Always good to you do not need to put it in your tank, but it's good to have in your kit there. Put it in your toolbox, your side box, your lunch box, or whatever box you got to stick a bottle in there. Just take the rescue and have with you. And if you don't need it for you, maybe you need it for a buddy. I don't know. So, anyways, and Christmas is coming. You could always get one for a buddy. But, anyways. So I sent you a little show prep there. It looked like that Transportation Director Duffy was supposed to have been in Baltimore today talking, and I'm not sure if he's coming to Baltimore. He might have come to Annapolis to talk to the governor there of our sinking financially state of Maryland, and so that was supposed to be a big conversation between the two of them, and they were supposed to talk about the Key Bridge and everything. So, but I guess from what I saw, supposedly the NTSB put out the final decision on what happened with the Key Bridge and the Dolly. So I don't know if you can get into that a little more and see. Maybe I got you a little show prep, or if you got a couple minutes to look into that. And I guess the other thing was, I mentioned the other night there, speaking of Annapolis, the Navy quarterback there, I forgot what his name is now. I don't know, maybe the analyzer, or that guy that doesn't know anything about anything but football there. What's that guy that doesn't know nothing but about football? I think out there.
The prognosticator, maybe, yes.
The psychologist, yeah, something like that. And maybe they could look into this guy, because from what I've seen there, he's pretty well educated first before he's out there playing quarterback. But his records on the field, his stats out there, they're pretty astounding for what for a kid out there playing football. So, but anyways, and you said something the other day there that Donald Trump wants to change the name of football because he wants to give football to soccer, which I don't know if I'm ready for that. I was all for the Gulf of America. Get rid of the Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of America's good. The East American Ocean for the Atlantic, the West American Ocean for the Pacific. We're all good with that. I don't know, changing football to, I don't know, we got to call it a grease pigskin, an oil pigskin game. Maybe we should soak that ball like in vegetable oil before the game,
right? And
they could play with it with, all soaked up good with vegetable oil, and we'll see how. Maybe it'll make it a little more challenging. It hasn't been really challenging, I don't think, since they allow these guys to wear these gloves. What's the deal with these players wearing gloves now? Back in the day when they originally first started setting records, with Green Bay up there, Lambeau Field, it's like 45 below zero, and the guys were out there with short sleeve shirts on, and they didn't wear gloves. I mean, I don't even think they put a scarf on, and they were out there, manly men out there, tackling each other.
Brutal.
Because that's what manly men do. They grab each other and jump on each other. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound right, does it?
That doesn't, no.
I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, but I don't know. I think we got to do something for this glove situation. So I think we ought to start taking this pigskin and soaking them in 5-gallon pails of vegetable oil before the games, and let them go out and throw them around, especially on them rainy days, because we know how good the vegetable oil and rain would be.
Right, yeah. Well.
Anyways, all right. Hey, with that, Your Honor, I'm about out of whatever I didn't have to begin with. Anyways, we'll let you go do some due diligence, because something's got to be better than what you've been having this first hour.
Well, on a note, sporting wise, we do have sporting news. Michigan, who has been kind of shrouded in some controversy, going back to Harbaugh. Get a load of this. I think this is from Yahoo Sports. There are obvious upsides to being the head coach of a top-flight college football program like, for instance, University of Michigan. Go Blue. the glamour, the fame, the talent that programs like these draw, the unlimited resources, all the upsides to coaching the likes of a Michigan, Alabama, a Notre Dame. There is a downside. You, as a head coach, are going to be under a sizable microscope, and that comes with some problems. Look at the aforementioned Michigan program. Fox News reporting that the Wolverines fired their head coach, Sherrod Moore, with cause this past day. Now, the school's athletic director, Ward Manuel, said, quote, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. The conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore has been married for 10 years, has 3 daughters with his wife, Kelly. Now, the now former Michigan head coach has not publicly commented as of press time for this story, but for Michigan fans, this just the latest scandal to rock the program, specifically their head coach. Moore is the guy they picked to replace former coach and current Los Angeles Chargers coach Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh saw tons of success as the Wolverines coach, capping it off with a national championship win, only to immediately walk away. As successful as Harbaugh has been, he seemingly could not outrun allegations that he had impermissible contact with recruits during the COVID pandemic. Many assumed Harbaugh fled to the NFL to avoid a massive punishment from the NCAA, which would eventually come in August of last year. As ESPN reported at the time, the NCAA announced a 4-year show cause order for former Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh. Now, of course, they had accused Harbaugh, said he engaged in unethical conduct, failed to promote an atmosphere of compliance, violated head coach responsibility obligations. Now, just a little over a year later, here we have the man who replaced Harbaugh is out of Michigan for violating established rules. Wow. What do you say, Cap and Ron? What? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Lo and behold, there he is. Not necessarily one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Sport.
What in the world?
On?
Yeah, go blue. What the?
What in the wild world is going on? I read somewhere that the police picked him up in this little town outside of Ann Arbor. So I'm thinking it's more than just a little hearsay. I mean, for the police to pick him up, it's not looking too good.
Really?
You know, it's just the early stages. But that's just one. I just read that on one of the, the online, like, Facebook groups.
Yeah.
For the Wolverines. So I don't know. This was the first I heard of it.
I see a New York Post headline, as you mentioned that, I said from about an hour ago. The headline says, Sharon Moore in custody, being investigated by police after shocking Michigan firing. I'll see if I can get the rest of that story. What's going on?
Yeah, I think it's a little town called Pittsfield. That's just outside of Ann Arbor, I believe. But see, how many millions of dollars do you think that guy makes?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You're going to throw away millions of dollars for what?
Yeah.
You know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. But he may have been on his way out anyway. I don't know. But I didn't like him. I don't know who would be better. Seems like to me there's a lot of these coaches getting fired from one team going to another team, and it's like, what's going to be the difference there? I don't know. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It seems like the coaches that do the best stay with one team for years and years, you know, like Bear Bryant and Nick Saban and, you know, all these other coaches that stay with their team for years. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I guess money.
That's bizarre. Yeah, I mean,
but
trying to read between the lines here based on the New York Post story, which I'll give you the detail. Almost sounds like there may have been a relationship that was possibly forced on someone, kind of thing.
Who knows? It's pretty serious if the police are involved and they go pick him up.
Yes. Yep. And I guess this all just unfolded through the evening hours of this past evening.
Yep. I was seeing that when I got up. You know, it's post after post. You know, I'm on several of those Wolverine groups. But anyway, Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man, and I'll be listening on the app. We're getting close to the top of the hour anyway, so I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be listening to see what you find out.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in, Cap and Ron. So here, New York Post said that the coach, Sharon Moore, being investigated for potential charges, according to the Saline Police Department, just hours after his shocking firing by the university, as they discovered credible evidence that he'd been involved in a, quote, inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Police in Saline, Michigan, helped locate and detain Moore Wednesday night, handing him over to Pittsfield Township authorities for investigation into potential charges. Court records showed Moore was booked into Washtenaw County Jail about 8:30 p.m., literally hours ago, Wednesday night. No charges were listed. The Pittsfield Township Police did not name Moore in a statement released later this past evening, but revealed they were investigating alleged assault that occurred at about 4:10 Wednesday afternoon local time. A suspect in the case was taken into custody. This incident does not appear to be random in nature. No ongoing threat to the community. Okay, no further details released. Just the latest twist in the wild firing of Moore that caught the college football world off guard for sure. Back after this.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, ryanwild@lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lawmakers in Washington are reintroducing the Justice for Breonna Taylor Act, aiming to ban no-knock warrants nationwide. This bill is sponsored by Representative Jasmine Crockett of Texas.
It is time for us to set aside our differences and do what we all say we want to do, which is to make sure that we are all going to be safe, whether we are on the streets or in our homes. This legislation will prevent others from losing their lives unnecessarily.
Also sponsoring are Representative Morgan McGarvey and Senator Rand Paul. Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, joined the news conference as the effort seeks to prevent tragedies like her daughter's 2020 death during a botched police raid. A federal judge is blocking President Trump from deploying California National Guard troops in L.A.
U.S. District Court Judge Charles Breyer granted a preliminary injunction to California officials who opposed an extension of President Trump's use of state guard troops to protect federal personnel and property without the governor's approval. Thursday's ruling also orders control of the guard be returned to Governor Gavin Newsom. California Attorney General Rob Bonta was pleased by the ruling, saying, quote, "Once again, a court has firmly rejected the president's attempt to make the National Guard a traveling national police force," end quote. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Eli Lilly is putting more than $6 billion into a new manufacturing plant in Huntsville, Alabama, boosting U.S. production of next-generation medicines, including its upcoming GLP-1 weight loss pill. CEO David Rick says many potential locations were considered before Huntsville was chosen.
I think 44 of the 50 states and 300 different site proposals.
The site is expected to create about 450 high-skilled jobs, with construction starting next year and finishing in 2032. It's part of Lilly's broad broader plan to add 4 new U.S. facilities.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 497 points, the S&P 500 gained 46 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 77 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Millions of student loan borrowers may have to start making payments again soon.
As the Trump administration announced an agreement to formally shut down a major student loan repayment program created under former President Biden. Officials negotiated a proposed settlement with the state of Missouri to end Biden's SAVE plan. The program had been challenged in court by several Republican-led states during the Biden administration. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Authorities are preparing to evacuate 75,000 residents along Washington's Saget River as record flooding hits the state. An atmospheric river has dumped massive amounts of rain, threatening levees from the Canadian border to the southwestern part of the state.
We need the federal government to grant that request. This is critical.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson declared a state of emergency. FEMA support is expected, and 300 National Guard members will be deployed to assist. The University of Michigan has fired head football coach Sharon Moore, saying an investigation found he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Moore, who led the Wolverines to a 9-3 season, was terminated effective immediately for violating school policy. Associate head coach Biff Paggi will lead the team in the Citrus Bowl on December 31st. AAA reports that the national average price for a gallon of gas remains under $3, $2.94. Highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $4.96, while the lowest prices are in Comanche County, Oklahoma, $2.22. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I'm ready. What do you say? Are you ready for a new day? Well, that's where we're headed. Rolling into a Thursday as we turn the page on the calendar, 11th day of December, from time zone to time zone. Folks, you realize that means 2 weeks from today. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, Christmas time's a-coming. Well, they're not feeling very Christmassy in the Pacific Northwest. We've been watching this series of atmospheric rivers causing days of heavy rain in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, some areas picking up more than a foot of rainfall, and it's not over yet. Numerous videos showing local rivers have left their banks, flooding farmlands, homes, cars. In Seattle, multiple water rescues being performed after cars hydroplaning or becoming stuck in floodwaters there. Residents in Orting, Washington, were under a mandatory urgent evacuation order as of early this past afternoon, according to KOMO. The State Emergency Operations Center elevated to a level 1 activation this past afternoon, which is the highest level due to the ongoing rain and wind. According to the governor, our state emergency management personnel are ready to support local communities if they request help. The Washington National Guard has resources ready if necessary. Schools across the region announcing delays and closures amid the flooding downpours. As of Tuesday evening, which marked a temporary pause or lapse in the heavy rain, there was a rain gauge at Swift Creek, Washington, that had recorded 13.2 inches of rainfall, 10.4 inches at June Lake. North Fork, Oregon, had the highest total in that state at 9.4 inches. Daily rain records set in Portland and Salem, Oregon. Salem, Portland, Pendleton, Oregon, Hermiston, Oregon, and numerous other areas set daily rainfall records on Tuesday of this week. Data from Wednesday afternoon, several river gauges have set or are forecast to set new record levels. Incredible. Other gauges forecast to make records include the Skagit River near Mount Vernon, a new record by 4.14 feet. The Snohomish River at Monroe, Washington, a new record expected by 4.62 feet. While a bit of a break or a northward shift in this sequence of storms is forecast to occur by the end of the week. Forecasters are saying that the storm track will shift further south again next week as the storms grow larger, and that's going to bring the return of heavy rain this weekend into next week. Big-time flooding there in the Pacific Northwest. How about that? Well, let's get the Grump's take on the Michigan coach. I don't know, a little bit sketchy as far as what's going on here, but what do you say, Grump?
Well, he looks like he got picked up for assault right after he was terminated. I guess the assault occurred in one town, and they picked him up in another one, and then transported him back. It's kind of weird how this is playing out. Like, I'm just kind of wondering if there wasn't some kind of I don't know, sexual assault of some sort involved in this.
That was kind of what that's what I was kind of thinking there, but I don't know. I mean, a sexual assault, or I don't know, did he maybe go after someone somewhere after the firing, like to get back? Like I said, it's all sketchy. I don't know.
Well, they're not saying who actually filed the charges on the assault, so I'm assuming that it could be the person that he was involved with.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they just, I don't know, maybe there was some of that, you want to keep your job, you'll do this kind of thing, and they finally got sick of it, and this is where it's at. But he was involved in some of the allegations under Harbaugh. I mean, he was Harbaugh's number 2 man when he was the coach there, and Jim Harbaugh, he's a jackass anyway. I never could stand that guy. He just, I don't know. He was a winning coach and everything, but he, when you're giving up that kind of money and everything to get back into the pros, to get out of college football, there's something kind of weird about that. I mean,
Yeah.
And then this guy took over as the head coach out, had a little probation period there, but he took over as head coach. But, I'm just kind of thinking that there may be a sexual assault charge involved in this, and he just kind of got, blew his top, and away we are. So I don't know. It's weird. It damn sure is weird. I wonder how many more is going to be involved in this, though, because it seems like that team's been plagued by, this kind of improprieties. And stuff. So let's, we'll soon find out. I just usually on a police report they, it's got the plaintiff and everybody that that's making the allegations there, and a little more to it. But this didn't have any of that. So it's just kind of strange that it didn't, unless they're protecting one of the material witnesses involved in this. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is this could be a one of those situations where they're protecting the the person that's involved because of the sexual allegations. So I'm not saying that's there were sexual allegations, but usually when they're going to redact something like that or not put it out there, it's for that very reason. So he could be in some serious hot water and released with cause, no money. It's he gets no cash whatsoever, not even a kiss on the cheek. It's get your little book bag and you butt off the property.
Wow.
So that's that's going to be something to see here pretty soon. But I've been listening to a lot of these allegations on about Notre Dame and so many people that were pissed off about Notre Dame not getting in too. And I'm kind of still on the fence of that. I thought Alabama should not have got in to the playoffs. Notre Dame should have. And the way I'm understanding this is that they did a comparison with Notre Dame and Miami. And Miami had just a little bit better of a, I mean, their stats and everything was almost identical. But Miami was standing just a little bit taller than what Notre Dame was. And BYU, when they got their butts whipped over, again by Texas Tech, their standing actually dropped below that of Miami, and Notre Dame was just not, when they looked at it and everything, that they watched the final games that Notre Dame played, they kind of thought that Miami may have played a little bit harder. That's one reason why Miami got in, Notre Dame didn't. That's what they're saying. But I still can't believe that Alabama, as a 3-loss team, got in the playoffs, and this has never happened before. So it's just, I don't know. I think, like I said, I think the committee lost a lot of its credibility, and we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. But they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing Big Ed Sooners, so we'll see what happens there. But it's just been a crazy year for football. There was 27 coaches that were either changed positions or released.
Wow, that many
this year. 27, yeah, and it's just, this is something that I've talked about, this NIL, and I know people's probably getting sick of hearing about it, but they're going to have to get some kind of standards on this, some kind of regulatory, and this will have to come through the college sports itself, through the committees and through the conferences, that where this just stops. I mean, when a school can offer somebody a job for more money in the middle of a damn season, or right there at playoff time, and they say, okay, hell yeah, I'm chasing the dollar. I'll go get it. It just seems to me like it's just completely ruining, the spirit of college sports. And it used to be, so many people would rather sit, and I'm one of them, would rather sit and watch a good college game as I would 10, pro games. I mean, they just always put more into it. And, the kids were out there, just, kind of, representing their school and not doing a lot of the stupid dances and a lot of the idiotic stuff that you see doing in the pros and a lot of the spoiled brat syndrome that you see with a lot of the pro guys. But I think here in the next couple of years, man, we're going to see a complete difference in this. I think as the money gets more intense and the students, as we call them, start chasing more of the dollars, I think we're going to see a big change there in this. And it's either going to be to the point where that they're going to have to bring in some kind of commission on this and put a stop to it to a certain point where they limit some of the funds and what they can do with it. Because it's, these coaching positions, man, are getting out of hand. I mean, hell, for 7 years, you get a $94 million, this kind of thing. And some of these coaches are getting $1 million a game. I mean, what the hell? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, for that kind of money, it's just absolutely nuts. But we'll see what happens. You've been kind of keeping an eye on, we got that oil tanker down in the Gulf. You see that?
Yeah, the Venezuelan tanker. That's, I don't know. That takes things up a notch, doesn't it?
It does. I got kind of mixed emotions about this. On one hand, I'd like to see Venezuela just fall, but on the other hand, you see when you got Maduro down there and he's in charge of the military and so many other aspects of that country. I mean, he's, with an iron fist. I know he's the president, supposedly illegitimate president. He should have got thrown out after the election, but he wasn't. I just hope to hell that we just don't get involved in another one of these $1 trillion deals here, and it's, we got a lot more stuff right now that's involved. I mean, if you look at healthcare right now, healthcare costs is through the roof. I'm looking, like I said, I'm looking at getting next year's health insurance for my wife, and it just, and I sat down last night and went through a bunch of plans, and Steve, I'm telling you what, you pay a fortune out and they don't want to pay a damn dime for anything. We're looking at, $10,000 deductibles, $15,000 out-of-pocket expenses, and still $1,000 a month payments, and that's on the low end. And, in Missouri, even though I'm self-employed, I still have to go through the marketplace because if I call Blue Cross Blue Shield United, it doesn't make a damn who I call. They refer me back through the marketplace. You have to look at those plans. And so I was talking to one of them today, and they said, well, you're going to have to, we'll have to get the marketplace on and talk to them. First damn thing out of their mouth is they wanted my income. And I said, I don't get any of your crap. I said, I just, we pay full price for the insurance. So I don't get any of that stuff. So, well, we still need your income. And I said, no, you don't. I said, how many illegal aliens did you ask for their damn income when they were getting health insurance through the marketplace? Oh, that didn't happen. We didn't get. I said, you're lying your ass off.
Wow.
It just, the reason being is when I give them my income, they're going to look at the gross amount of money that I make, and they really don't care about so much about the net anymore, until they get my Schedule C or something like that. But what they're going to do is look at mine and let's say there's a $1,200 policy there that I'm looking at. Well, the first thing they're going to do is say, well, that $1,200 policy, we're going to have to offer it to you for $1,400 because your income is more than, blah, 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 or $1,600. So they jack the rates up on people that has a higher income, which I think is ridiculous. And they say, well, the poorer people, they need to have a better shot at health care and all this other stuff. I don't give a rat's ass about them. Let's all have the same amount of the same price for everything, regardless of income. If you want health insurance, let's just set it up for the same damn what's going to cost me can cost somebody that doesn't make near my income. But they're not looking at the expenses I pay out either. When you got $130,000 fuel bill a year,
right.
That takes a lot of money off the top of your income. But like I said, a lot of them don't look at that, and it's just I'm really wishing the Republicans would get off their ass and do something here quickly about this, because the midterms are coming up fast, and they will lose the House if they tinker with health care too much, or this economy's not turned around the way it should be. And it's I know they're talking I listened to Trump today and how gas prices are just so low. Well, gas prices are not a driving force in what drives the food prices. That's diesel fuel, and it's still through the roof. I was talking to a buddy of mine over in Ohio today, and he was coming through somewhere over there, and he said, "Hell, Flying J has diesel fuel for $4.24 a gallon." I said, "My God, it's just," and we're seeing trucking companies drop right and left. I'm sure you got a couple more there.
Following that every night. Yep.
Yeah. It's just, and that's the problem here. I mean, it's so many people, lived high on the hog during COVID, and we had COVID rates where you was getting double fuel surcharge and stuff because we was all of a sudden, people liked us, and hell, when we're out there busting our ass trying to get food in the shelves of the stores and stuff like that, and everybody else sitting on their ass getting paid at home, or their businesses went out of business and they weren't getting paid, we suddenly became, essential, as they say. And, I mean, hell, I had good rates going out to, I had a dedicated run, went out by Washington, D.C. I did that every week. And hell, that was a, $8,500, $9,000, 3 days I worked. So, when that come off, it's like, wow, we're back down to normal, which is fine with me. I mean, I, still make a good living, but, what the hell are we going to do here? I mean, you got all these damn companies, and one good thing that's happening right now, and it is the fact that they're weeding out so many of these drivers that can't speak English and other things that have been poaching the boards forever. They've right off the bat, you can have a $3.50 a mile load, and and they'll bid $1.25 on it and get it, because nobody else can compete with that. Well, they're driving, substandard equipment and every damn thing else, dodging scales and can't speaking. They don't give a rat's rear.
Yep.
They really don't. So I look for rates and stuff to start coming up, because we got so many people that are getting kind of knocked out of the system here, and we got a lot of companies. I think they said they've been 15 major, large companies, over 100 trucks that's went out of business since the last year, the first of the year. So 15 or 16. So and there's, Lord knows how many small companies. So, man, I tell you, it's a changing time, and I just hope like hell that the Republicans can, shut the Rand Pauls up, get some unity, get some nice bills passed that's going to help the American people, and instead of looking at something like, through the eyes of the rich people like they are, saying, well, hell, I can afford this kind of insurance or something like that. Hell, if they're serious about it, I should be paying the same amount of insurance premiums that the government employees are paying. I mean, it should be. Why isn't it the same? Shouldn't they offer plans like that? I mean, it just it blows your mind. Small businesses are picking up the slack on so much of the healthcare cost out here today. It's riding on the backs of them, because big businesses, they've made deals forever. They're not necessarily participating in the Obamacare, ACA. They've, the unions and people like that, they've got really good plans. It's all on the small businesses that have been kicked to the curb on this damn health insurance. And then they sit there and tell me, well, 10 million people didn't have health insurance, and we had to do something. Well, there's 30 million now that don't have it because of what they did. So, surprise, surprise, I guess the craziness will never stop. But yeah, I just want to comment on that coach and a little bit and talk a little bit about the things that's going on. But like I said, I hope to hell we don't do much down in Venezuela, because I just don't want another endless war. It's going to cost us trillions of dollars, and another. Colin Powell told him, whenever George Bush was getting ready to go into Iraq, he was, everything was getting drummed up for that. He said, "You break it, you own it," and damn did we ever own it. That was a $5 trillion war right there, and we're still, lost a lot of blood and treasure, and I'm just sick of these little countries like this. Why don't somebody else take the reins on some of this stuff, and we can blow up the damn drug boats till the cows come home, and that's fine with me. But let's just stay out of their politics. When the people get sick of it, they'll do something about it. And it's hopefully that's going to happen soon. But anyway, I'll be listening. So just have a good night, man.
All right, appreciate you checking in, Grump. Thanks so much. About a minute before news break, we'll come back. He brought up several topics there. Of course, health care was one. The Republican health care package that's going to be unveiled on the floor next week, they tell us, apparently does not include the tax credits for the Affordable Care Act. So we'll give you more details on that. And Venezuela, military escalation has reached a fever pitch, they tell us, in the Caribbean, just a day after 2 U.S. fighter jets flew at 20 nautical miles off Venezuelan territory. News arises as of a big kinetic action. U.S. forces are confirmed to have intercepted and seized a sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela this past day. So, again, details, more on that coming your way just ahead as well. Eagle in line. We'll chat with you just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has passed the National Defense Authorization Act, sending it to the Senate. The bill boosts pay for service members, provides some aid to Ukraine, limits U.S. investments in China, and repeals certain sanctions on Syria.
On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Speaker Mike Johnson won over holdouts, and President Trump is pushing for its approval. National Guardsman Sergeant Andrew Wolf, critically wounded via a shot to the head in a November 26th ambush in Washington, is making amazing progress. Wolf's fellow guardsman, Sarah Beckstrom, was killed in that attack. The suspect, Afghan national Ramanullah Lockenwall, has been charged with murder and assault with intent to kill.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 497 points, the S&P 500 gained 46 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 77 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hotshot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts. Or on...
You'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
What do we see here? Hello to Shorty, I-95 southbound. Yamasee, South Carolina, 51 degrees. He's off to Orlando once again. Turnaround number 2. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Or is it a thirsty Thursday? Coming back from a triple drop at one of our indie stores. Won't know what I've got till I get back there, but heads up for eastern Indiana, western Ohio. Yeah, got a little bit of wet snow, some freezing rain falling. The salt trucks are out, but the speeds are kind of variable along I-70 depending on the driver's comfort level. Eastbound right lane is closed by the mile marker 11 in Ohio to fish out a semi that took a ride into a field there. But we are cloudy, dry roads near Tip City. Still a bit windy. And we're right at 32 degrees. All right, thanks for the heads up there, Eskimo Mom. It's some of those spotty snow showers and occasional snow squalls that we're seeing out there throughout the region. All right, promised we get to Eagle out of the news break, see what he has going on this thirsty Thursday. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Still out here on the road. Yeah, you know something, Steve, man, before I give you an update on this Michigan Wolverine situation, I'm going to say something about Omar and Donald Trump and the move he made today in Venezuela where he seized the oil ship. But, yeah, no, wait a minute. I think I'll go ahead and start with the Michigan news. Because this is some big time news here, Steve. This coach, he is under arrest. They've already got a picture of this guy, a mug shot on the internet. This guy here, from what I'm understanding, is that he had an affair with this woman. And let's say this is a married man with 3 kids who did what he did, which is bad to begin with. A married man cheating with a younger woman, and now he cost himself a job and might even do some jail time. Because here's what happened, Steve. They said that the girl that he was with is pregnant. From what I'm hearing, that she told him that she was pregnant, and somehow his wife found out about it, and he went home to his wife, and all hell broke loose when his wife found out about it. And then after that, he was upset about it. They say he went to his girlfriend's house and tried to commit suicide and threatened to kill the girl too. The girl that he was seeing. They said he had a knife and he tried to kill the girl and himself. Luckily, the police intervened and stopped him from doing that. But now he's in jail for trying to assault this woman that he was in an affair with. So this guy's in big trouble, real big trouble. All this is just totally unnecessary. He cost himself, he's making $5-6 million a year. Probably, I think they said a total of at least $50 million that this guy's going to lose because of his stupidity. And he'll never coach another team. He'd be lucky if he get a high school job. Won't even give him a job. But I don't feel sorry for him because they had this situation just a couple of years ago at Michigan State, just down the road from the University of Michigan. The coach there got fired for an affair he was having with a woman. This idiot goes and does the same thing. So he gave up a golden opportunity at Michigan, one of the best schools in the country for sports and football and any other thing you name. And why he would do something like that, I can't figure it out. But because the news came down today, so now they got news now about who the coaches is going to be, and I can't see him doing it. This will shock the whole world. If Kalen DeBoer at the University of Alabama, for some reason they bringing up his name, he's just going to walk away from Alabama and go coach Michigan, which I don't think he's going to do, because Alabama is a better job than Michigan any day of the week, as far as I'm concerned. So he better stay where he at and keep that job. Don't make the same mistake that Lane Kiffin made going to LSU. That LSU, that's the team that needs to be worried. Because the way Lane Kiffin likes to skip around with jobs, it wouldn't shock me if he never coached it. If he didn't even coach at LSU and decided to go to Michigan. This guy here, I've never seen a guy move around as much as him in coaching. So we'll see what happens with the Michigan situation. But as of right now, maybe you could check this coach is behind bars. Tonight for what he did. We tried to attack his girlfriend. Now, let me move on to this situation with Ilhan Omar, Steve. I don't know, Whoopi Goldberg and the people on The View, they only take clips from the show. From Donald Trump's rally. They don't play the whole deal. They just take certain clips that they want, that they find controversial. So they, but like I say, Whoopi Goldberg don't like Donald Trump and he don't like her. So naturally, she's going to say that Donald Trump is a racist because Trump wants to get Omar out of the United States, and because she married her brother, that makes Trump the bad guy. No, that doesn't make Trump the bad guy. She's the bad guy because she stole all that money, and hopefully they do a serious investigation because they talking about billions of dollars at this, millions of billions of dollars. Yeah. This Somalian people up in Minnesota might have stole, and it needs to be investigated. And the ones that have been doing this and to be placed behind bars or kicked out of the country. I don't care what they do with them at this point because I'm fed up with them to begin with. But like I said, Omar, Like, remember I used to ask you that question, Steve, a couple of years ago we was talking about home. I said, who votes for, how the hell did she get into office in Minnesota? Well, we know now how she got in office. They brung in all the people from Somalia. She brung in her own people so they would vote for her. That's how she got in office, because they brung in all Biden let all these people come in, and that's how she keeps getting elected. It's not American people that's voting for her. It's people from Somalia up in the Minneapolis area. That's who putting her in office. And like I said, the only way to get her out of Washington D.C. is to ship them out of town, because a lot of those people that were voting for her wasn't even American citizens to begin with. So that's the only way to get her out of D.C., and hopefully that'll happen real soon. The next time election comes in Minnesota, she'll be out on the street, out of a job, because that's what needs to happen. Now, as far as what goes on with Venezuela, Donald Trump finally made his move today. It looked like he seized a oil tanker and took over the ship. The American military, they got it on video, came in on a helicopter and took control of the ship. And Donald Trump is trying to get things under control in Venezuela with Maduro, and get him out and get somebody in there that can run the country the way it's supposed to be run, and get these drugs, and keep these drugs from getting into the USA. Donald Trump is taking action, Steve. This man here, he doesn't blow, he doesn't talk like Obama's and the Bidens, and he doesn't talk about what he's going to do. He shows you what he's going to do. Donald Trump don't play games. If he say he's going to do something, it's going to happen. It may happen before you even think it's going to happen. So he said today that the man in Colombia, he said that they're going to be next. Colombia, if they don't get their act together and they don't get these drugs, keep these drugs from getting in the USA, Donald Trump is going after Colombia. But Donald Trump is trying to make this country great again and get these drugs off the streets of America. And this is what we need. We need a man that's done a bunch of talk. And hopefully, I can say, Steve, that if this oil thing goes on, hopefully the price of gas, everybody in America should be happy at what Donald Trump is doing in Venezuela, because maybe we'll finally get the gas down below $2 a gallon in America. Besides paying $2.70, $2.83, $4 for a gallon of gas, maybe we'll actually get the price of gasoline below $2 a gallon if Donald Trump gets into Venezuela and get this oil situation under control.
Yeah. And we're already seeing under $2 a gallon in parts of the country, Eagle. Believe it or not. Yep. All right. So, the White House did not immediately respond to request for comment, but the state-owned oil company there in Venezuela and Venezuela's Oil and Information Ministries, the seizure is going to make it harder for Venezuela to export their oil. Other shippers will now likely be more reluctant to load the cargoes. Most of the Venezuelan oil goes to China, but usually through intermediaries at steep discounts owing to the sanctions risk. But as we were working on the report, the confirmation came from President Trump during a meeting with business leaders at the White House, when he said, the Trump administration has ramped up pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, accused of presiding over the narco-trafficking operations. We've conducted more than 20 strikes against drug trafficking vessels in waters near Venezuela and Colombia. He has continued to suggest numerous times that we could strike on land. Maduro's days are numbered. Officials also told Reuters News that the ship Caesar, the seizure operation was led by the U.S. Coast Guard. They didn't name the particular tanker involved or say specifically where the seizure of the vessel actually took place. But meanwhile, the White House Deputy Assistant Sebastian Gorka this past evening said that the tanker that was seized is part of a growing, what they call a shadow fleet of vessels used by hostile regimes to evade sanctions and skirt international law. This ship fits a pattern of illicit maritime activity tied to nations like Venezuela and Iran. Yeah, activity that we are no longer ignoring. Yeah, this is a member of a shadow fleet. The attempts to evade sanctions, and also just do and run around international law, flying flags of convenience. He praised the seizure as a move that aligns with the stronger national security posture outlined in the president's newly released national security strategy. So whether it's Venezuela or whether it's other countries like Iran that are making money in ways that are illegal and counter to U.S. national interest, as elucidated as very by the president, we are very serious. He said U.S. interdictions will extend across the full spectrum of illegal maritime operations, from narcotics smuggling to oil tankers operating in violation of sanctions. Whether it's drug boats, illegal tankers, we're going to take action when it threatens our national security interest of the United States. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Under industry headlines, Heartland Express Incorporated announcing plans for the integration of Contract Freighters Incorporated, CFI, by the end of the year. Company officials said that the Joplin, Missouri headquartered CFI's U.S. operations will be integrated into the Heartland Express brand effective December 31st. The $525 million acquisition of CFI's truckload business and CFI Logistica operations from TFI was completed in August of 2022. CFI's Mexican operations subsidiary, CFI Logistica, will not be impacted by the integration of the two companies, according to the Heartland Express Chief Executive Officer. But the integration process, he does say, will include rebranding CFI to Heartland Express. CFI's sequential operating performance have improved in 2025, supported by the completion of our transportation management system conversion during the first quarter and our transition to a unified driver electronic logging device and communication system with Heartland Express in the second quarter of this year. Given this progress and the current status of our industry, we believe integrating and rebranding CFI into Heartland Express is the next logical step in enhancing our consolidated operation and financial performance. Meanwhile, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy kind of given an update when it comes to the enforcement of the English language proficiency. Thousands of truck drivers have been placed out of service so far this year. This past day, Duffy took to social media to announce that 9,500 truck drivers were taken out of service for failing to speak our national language, English. This administration will always put you and your family's safety first, says Duffy. Now, his real-time count is pretty close to the number of English language out-of-service violations reported by the FMCSA's database that kind of aggregates roadside inspection violation data from around the country. The latest number from their database was 8,953. So probably data entered in that database may be running a tad bit behind, but Duffy, 9,500, I guess won't be long. We'll be knocking on the door 10,000 drivers taken off the road. Failure to speak the English language. Meanwhile, Eagle mentioned the Somali community. Well, it's a no-brainer how Ilhan Omar has been elected, got elected, and several others representing Minnesota. It's the incredibly large Somalian community there, yes. But the president in recent days, at one point he used the word garbage, referencing the Somalis. I guess you can't say they're all that way, but the numbers released this past day don't lie. Yeah, President also said they're coming over here complaining about their country, and then when they get here, they complain about this country. They don't offer anything beneficial to the country. They pretty much just come and immediately start sucking off the taxpayers in the country, which here's where the numbers come in. More than 8 out of 10 households headed by Somali refugees in the state of Minnesota are on one or more forms of American taxpayer-funded welfare. New data published by the Center for Immigration Studies. Based on 10 years of data from the Census Bureau's American Community Survey, shows drastic disparities between native-born American households and Somali-born households in the state of Minnesota, where nearly 80,000 residents have Somali ancestry compared to 0 who had Somali ancestry in 1990. All of this, tens of thousands have come in. Now, the data shows 81% of Minnesota households headed by Somali refugees are, again, on one or more forms of welfare. 27% who are on cash welfare, 54% who are on food stamps, 73% who are on Medicaid. Now, compare this massive welfare use to native-born Americans residing in Minnesota. only 21% of whom are on one or more forms of welfare. There are 6% on cash welfare, 7% on food stamps, 18% on Medicaid. Now, welfare use goes even higher for Somali households where children are in the home. For example, 89% of Somali-headed households with children in the state are on one or more forms of welfare. 86% are on Medicaid. 62% of Somali households with children in the state are on food stamps, 23% on cash welfare. Nearly every Somali household with children receives some form of welfare. But again, the gap between Somali households with children on welfare and native-born American households with children on welfare is a wide number. Only about 3 in 10 native Minnesotan households with children take one or more form of welfare. 6% cash, 10% on food stamps, and again, 28% Medicaid. Disparities between the native-born and Somali refugees goes deeper than welfare use, according to the Somali refugees who are in or near poverty in Minnesota surpasses 66%, with fewer than 2 in 10 native-born living in or near poverty. Why such a disparity, you might ask? We'll give you more after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Federal Reserve cut its benchmark interest rate by a quarter point today, marking the third reduction of the year.
These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. Chair
Jerome Powell says the move aims to boost hiring amid a slowing labor market, although inflation remains a concern. The rate now sits between 3.5% and 3.75%, with some officials dissenting from that decision. Moderate House Republicans are leading an effort to introduce legislation to extend Obamacare subsidies.
The bill, which also has support from Democratic lawmakers, would extend the subsidies for 2 years with new income limits and anti-fraud measures. Without congressional action, the enhanced subsidies are set to expire on December 31st. It's not clear if House leadership will support the latest plan or any of the bipartisan proposals circulating. However, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson said leadership is developing a proposal to unveil as soon as this week. I'm Tammy Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is not ruling out sending troops to Venezuela.
Asked about the possibility in an interview with Politico, Trump said, "I don't comment on that." He added, "I wouldn't say that one way or the other." Trump also said Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's days are numbered. Tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela have escalated since the Trump administration began conducting military strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Trump told Politico he would consider taking similar action on Mexico and Colombia to reduce fentanyl trafficking. U.S. government reports say the majority of fentanyl arriving in the United States is from Mexico and China. I'm Michael Kastner.
For the first time, Denmark's Defense Intelligence Service has flagged the U.S. as a potential security concern, citing American economic and military leverage even towards allies, especially over Greenland. While Russia and China remain top threats, Copenhagen worries that U.S. actions could complicate Europe's security and Arctic stability. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
If we don't do it, we're essentially eating our seed corn. I mean, it's really something that is very, very important for our long-term future.
A new study highlights the benefits of early childhood education. Texas economist Ray Perryman says every dollar invested can return more than $60 over time.
I mean, it literally affects how kids' brains form, which implicates their future earnings.
Perryman notes that long-term gains far exceed those of other public or private investments, showing early education is a smart financial and social investment. Army prosecutors have charged Fort Hood OBGYN Major Blaine McGraw with 61 counts, including secretly recording 44 female patients. He's been suspended since October and faces indecent visual recording, conduct unbecoming an officer, and false statement charges. About 3,000 former patients have been notified as a preliminary hearing decides if the case moves forwards towards court-martial. A Democrat is going to be running the city of Miami for the first time in 30 years.
Democrat Eileen Higgins won Tuesday's runoff with 59% of the vote over Emiliano Gonzalez. She'll be the first Democratic mayor in Miami in nearly 30 years and will become the city's first female mayor. She says it's very exciting and she hopes it sends a message to any girls or teenagers that they can be anything they want. The race drew national interest with former President Barack Obama backing the eventual winner and President Trump endorsing Gonzalez. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Right back at it. Another hour underway. Turn the page on the calendar. Here comes Thursday, 11th day of December. Well, we know the trucking community, not necessarily big fans of Buc-ee's locations around the country due to their stance on truckers. In most cases, not even allowing truckers to come in and make a purchase. From CDL Life this past day, Buc-ee's has plans for 17 new locations across the country over the next few years. At least one of them will have bus bays. The famous Texas-based convenience store notorious for banning truckers from the premises at basically all cost, but still draws in huge crowds with their enormous selection of merchandise, snacks, their trademark clean bathrooms. Word is the chain plans to open at least 17 new locations between 2026 and 2031. New locations in the year ahead, 26. Huber Heights, Ohio, San Marcos, Texas, and Goodyear, Arizona. A number of locations following in 2027. Benton, Arkansas, Ruston, Louisiana, Kansas City, Kansas, Oak Grove, Kentucky, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Galloway, Tennessee, St. Lucia, Florida, and Bourne, Texas. All those in 27. Then looking ahead to 28, Monroe County, Georgia, Lafayette, Louisiana, Mabane, North Carolina, Ocala, Florida. Now it says the St. Lucia, Florida location is expected to feature 11 bus bays, plenty of room for truckers, but will still presumably chase any truck drivers off the premises. It's not clear how many of the other planned locations will actually feature, if any, bus bays. Obviously, the bus bays to cater to the, obviously, people that are on tour buses and things of that nature. They all come in, spend a bunch of money, and there you go. Meanwhile, I'll get back to the phones this early Thursday morning. And, well, speaking of Florida, there's Philip. How we doing, Philip?
Oh, we're doing good, buddy. How you doing today? You doing all right?
Getting closer to the weekend.
Yeah. Hey, I did a little research on that mayoral election down there in Miami, and it seems like to me, Steve, when I read the articles, most of them talked about, that the folks in Miami are just they're sick of a lot of the pricing that's going on with the tariffs and all that. And, I think a lot of it had to do that the other candidate was backed by Trump, just because of the stuff happening with the tariffs, the deportation stuff that was brought up into a lot of the articles that I've seen, and I mean it's one of them things. One question I asked Steve is President Trump going to open up the deal with Cuba more? Because didn't we have a couple of years ago, a few years ago, that we had a deal where Cuba opened up and they let a lot of folks come in, and then next thing you know, that was kind of shut off. Didn't we have that not too long ago?
If memory serves, I think President Trump is the one that kind of, I'll have to go back and double check. I think he's the one that kind of reversed that.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with it too, and those folks have been through a lot, with the deal with the Castros and all that stuff. But dealing with deportation again. They don't want to deal with that mess again, and being faced with deportation if they're illegal. It's always been a kind of a sore subject down there. I mean, the deal with the kids behind the fence and all that stuff. And, happened down in there. So that I see from what I've read about that election down there. Did you get my video about that airplane?
I did. I can't believe the people. I don't know if there was more than one person. The people in the car, how they didn't get crushed.
Well, there's a video that I saw of the lady in the car. She was I think she was like 54 years old. And she got out of the car, and you ever seen one of them deals where you don't need to hear the person saying whatever they're going to say. You can just visually see it through their lips when they're like reading their lips. And she dropped the F-bomb and said, what was that? She was like, she thought it was a truck hitting her. But in the video, if you watch the video, you can see the airplane is gliding, and the point it stops flying is right over that lady's car.
Yep, and just
and
boom.
Thank God she didn't have anybody in the car with her. And when it stopped flying, it came down on her car, and then her car pushed it off. And just nobody got hurt in the deal. I personally think the thing ran out of air. Something went wrong with the fuel, because I looked at the flight aware on that. That airplane had been flying for a little while over just west of 95 and been going around in long, circles. And I think they were training, if I'm not mistaken, is what they said they were doing. And that lady was very lucky. But can you imagine calling your insurance company and tell them that you've been hit by an airplane, Steve?
All right. Say that again.
That's got to be
yeah.
That has got to be that probably had to be one of the strangest things it was crazy. But if you look at the video, it plainly shows you how air works around airplanes. When that airplane hits turbulence and the air is taken away from it, it goes where it needs to go, and it just went down that car.
Boom.
And tore that car up. And and if you remember the other morning when I called in and I said that we had two plane crashes within an hour of each other, and they were probably about 50 miles apart, that was the plane crash I was talking about, the one on 95. And it beat up 95 for quite a bit. I mean, those guys out on 95, they had to sit there for a while until they could figure out what they were going to do and get the traffic going around that stuff, But the guy did the best they could to put the plane in where it needed to go. They just didn't have a lot of room between them cars. I think they were hoping she would accelerate more and get ahead of them and put it in behind them, because there was a pretty big space in between her and the vehicles that were behind her. And I think that airplane was shooting for that, but when he went over top of it, it just took him right down on the car, But thank God everybody was all right in the deal. It's an interesting video. That's why I felt I needed to shoot it to you. The one that you saw was actually a father and a son. They were driving along and filming it, but there was a lot of different ones of it. So, but not much else going on, buddy. I'm just paying attention to the Starship right now. They're actually getting more of them ready to go, and they're coming along pretty good. Going to be pretty soon. And then also, did you see where they're going to have more launches at the Cape, Steve?
With the Starship?
Absolutely. They've already started construction on the next area where the pads are going to be at, and they've got the okay. They did the study on it, and we're going to be seeing a rocket shot every day after that Starship program starts. You're going to be seeing rockets going up every day between Blue Origin and SpaceX and all the providers out there. They said when Starship gets going, it's going to be a launch every day. There's going to be some kind of space launch every day out there. And also, SpaceX launched a mission for the Space Force the other day, and it's supposed to be a pretty big mission. So there's a lot of things coming down the pike for the Space Force. So I think they're going to be watching a lot more of us than what we think. And the technology is coming along now with like waves. They can tell where a tsunami is now with a satellite and get a alert out in a timely fashion. A lot quicker than the buoys are using now. So there's a lot of stuff coming along, Steve. I'll catch you later, buddy. I'm going to get going right now.
All right. Well, hey, thank you much, Philip. And that's, you mentioned a launch every day. I mean, right now SpaceX, I should say, not SpaceX is indeed launching 2, 3, almost every week. A very incredibly ambitious schedule. Now, as far as moving forward here, I guess that's a good point to share with you. This past day, they say Elon Musk is getting ready to see how much public investors will pay for his literal moonshots. SpaceX is working toward a mid to late 2026 IPO, initial public offering, that according to Bloomberg could raise significantly more than $30 billion at a valuation of about $1.5 trillion with a T. If bankers hit those numbers, it would be the biggest stock market debut on record, leapfrogging Saudi Aramco's roughly $29 billion listing back in 2019 and dropping a rocket company straight into the same valuation airspace as Facebook, a.k.a. Meta, or Amazon. The deal would bring the entire SpaceX machine, rockets, Starlink satellites, a growing defense business, plus a slate of off-world infrastructure projects onto the public markets in one shot. Not just the Starlink unit that Elon once dangled as a standalone IPO. After his cash flow turned predictable, analysts and bankers are modeling revenue of about $15 billion this year, $22 billion to as much as $24 billion next year. Starlink doing most of the work. That means investors would be paying something like 60 to 70 times next year's sales for a company that still blows up prototypes on live streams, a.k.a. the Starlink. This is no ordinary industrial listing. A chunk of the IPO cash is reportedly earmarked for space-based data centers and the chips to run them, essentially turning low Earth orbit into a cloud region. On top of funding Starship, more Starlink launches, and presumably some classified work that keeps the Pentagon on speed dial. All that makes for a pretty seductive growth story if you believe in off-planet infrastructure. And a very expensive science project if you don't. Yeah, all the way back in 2013, Elon told his social media followers that there were no near-term plans to IPO SpaceX, that any listing was only possible in the long term when Mars Colonial Transporter is flying regularly. Now, here we are 5 years later. The company president still saying we can't go public until we're flying regularly to Mars. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, private markets have been rehearsing this moment for quite some time. A tender offer in late 23 valued SpaceX at about $175 billion. By the end of 24, an insider share sale had pushed that figure to roughly $350 billion, making it, at the end of the time, the world's most valuable startup, on paper anyway. Wall Street Journal then reported talks around a secondary sale at an $800 billion valuation, which would have made SpaceX the most richly priced private company in the country. Musk fired back that those fundraising reports are not accurate and pointed to years of positive cash flow and regular buybacks to give employees liquidity, and now over $1 trillion. So public investors would be buying into a company that already launches more than 80% of global payload weight, runs a fast-growing satellite internet service, sits at the center of the U.S. space and defense strategy, and whose CEO is simultaneously running Tesla, X, XAI, and a live feed of his own impulses. This would be a blockbuster initial public offering. So again, sometime maybe mid to late 26, they're saying. 844-844-3388. Back into
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I had to dig back a little bit in regards to U.S.-Cuba relations. Here was sometime late September, and there was some talk about Cuba not allowing their frustrations with the Trump administration's sanctions and other actions get in the way of cooperation with Washington on a range of national security issues. There was an interview at Cuba's mission to the United Nations in New York where the Cuban foreign minister said, even though the State Department has been undermining bilateral agreements between Washington and Havana, the communist government is still committed to productive engagement with the United States. So, long story short, going back in time, it was indeed, Philip, the Biden administration that had lifted economic sanctions on Cuba right before leaving office, part of a deal that was brokered by the Vatican and saw Havana release hundreds of political prisoners. But the U.S., since President Trump took office, has indeed reimposed restrictions against Havana. The aim is overthrowing the communist government there. Washington has also acted more forcefully against Cuban doctors working in other countries since Trump returned to the White House. The U.S. under the Biden administration called the medical missions programs, in which Havana sends brigades of doctors around the world, sometimes for a fee, is forced labor. And they've used that designation as a way to punish Havana since March of this year. The State Department has suspended the visas of some high-ranking Latin American and African officials accused of facilitating Havana's medical missions programs as a way to limit Cuba's economic lifeless. The State Department didn't respond to requests for comment about his characterizations of the state of U.S.-Cuba relations, but let's see. Cuba called the Cuban government. This was a senior State Department official. Told the Cuban Exile outlet. The Cuban government is a collapsed regime being run by elderly people. So I guess Cuba's pretty much in the same category as Venezuela as far as the leadership. But I don't think we're not seeing the drugs like we're seeing coming out of Venezuela, coming from Cuba. So it's a little bit of a different story there. All right, Plowboy, what's happening?
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, I might be a little controversial. Well, I don't know, but other than that, by the way, I'm glad to see you got that wind and all that crap headed your way instead of, it got out here, luckily enough for us. Eagle, you're wrong. Unless we need a moratorium on the war. See what happens when he goes to Oklahoma. If he wins the 19th against Oklahoma, we'll keep it up. Well, if he loses, there will be a bunch of us that will throw money up to buy a garbage truck, to buy a dumpster and throw his crap in there. And he doesn't have to go by Tuscaloosa. He can go straight, take his ass to Michigan. He ain't worth,
So
he ain't
you're
worth 2 cents since he's been there.
So you're talking about the Alabama coach, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the reason why I said if we win in Oklahoma, we might keep him, kill him the boar. But if we go over and get our butts handed to us, we'll let him go to Michigan because he's a has-been. I'm done with him. I can't stand a boy. But
so you're saying you're kind of saying win or go home, coach. If we don't win, get out of here. Hold the thought. We'll be back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has passed the National Defense Authorization Act, sending it to the Senate. The bill boosts pay for service members, provides some aid to Ukraine, limits U.S. investments in China, and repeals certain sanctions on Syria.
On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Speaker Mike Johnson won over holdouts, and President Trump is pushing for its approval. National Guardsman Sergeant Andrew Wolf, critically wounded via a shot to the head in a November 26th ambush in Washington, is making amazing progress. Wolf's fellow guardsman, Sarah Beckstrom, was killed in that attack. The suspect, Afghan national Ramanullah Lockenwall, has been charged with murder and assault with intent to kill.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 497 points, the S&P 500 gained 46 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 77 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, right back at it here. Good to have you on board, and let me get back finish up with Plowboy. Thank you for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Well, thank you, sir. Thanks for having me over. But no, I'm getting tired of ever since, 2012, 2013, when Arkansas canned Bobby Petrino. Nah. You know, honestly, that might have been the damnedest best move that happened. Because he was on a roll. And who else was on a roll? Alabama. He might have been our worst enemy. But when they had to get rid of him due to, the motorcycle rider, he had extra and a little bit here and a little bit of there. Who gives a rat's ass? Who's dipping which wick and who's blah, blah, blah. And as long as they know how to win the damn game. That's all we're here to. Watch a good football game. And hopefully your school lands on top. I mean, but as far as just asking somebody, I know there's extenuating circumstances now, but no, that's where I feel about that. And I'm not very happy with the board, and I know I'm going to get some flack about it, but I don't give a damn. It's happened before. But two other quick issues. Have you seen where a company out of Canada, I think its name was Lightspeed, is having some financial troubles? It's a trucking company up there. I don't know how many units they've got. They must have quite a few people. Now, Steve, could you have went 9 months, I think it's like since March, without a paycheck?
Wow.
Some of these people have been 9 months without a paycheck, and I don't like them. I've argued too many times with Mr. Dave Ramsey about different crap, but I've tried to maintain a 3 months holdback so I could pay my bills, but 9 months? That's way over the edge. And I mean, I guess he's all the way from the mechanics. It almost sounds like what that company up there out of Oklahoma here many a Christmas ago, and when Arrow Trucking went out of business. But now my other question, I don't know how much you follow Ford, whether you follow it like I do or not, but Ford, have you seen where they're looking at expanding their EV market into Europe and who they are going with to do it? I don't know very much about them. I've seen a few of their cars over here, but Ford teaming up with Renault, a French company.
I think they'd have a better chance of selling their electric vehicles there. The European market seems to embrace it a hell of a lot more than we have.
Yeah, I guess because maybe they got their infrastructure better. I'm still against them, no matter how much infrastructure we would have here. But that'd be what it'd take, and maybe the distance to travel is not near as far as us Americans do.
Right.
But and they're talking about a smaller EV, which would be the key word over in Europe because they've always had a smaller compact car. But I don't know. We're hearing a lot of bad news coming up out of Tennessee with our $7.5 billion. We just stuck in the battery plant down there. Maybe they can be able to send the batteries over there to make them damn things, but I don't know. We're just coming off of another shutdown. Same damn problem we've been having is that dang aluminum. We have not got our ducks in a row to overcome a fire, and we had another fire here 4 weeks ago now, and we're still barely back. We're hoping we can be back full swing after the first year. But other than that...
So between the aluminum and the chips, it's still impacting the eye. I haven't heard from Carl in a while. Now, he'd only been working a few days a week, impacted by the shortage of chips. Maybe get an update there. I think Horse Feathers asked yesterday, day before, isn't it about that time for the wreaths across America? Indeed it is. That convoy has been rolling. They stopped in, the journey from Maine to Virginia, of course, at Arlington. I guess they stopped in Portland over the weekend. Mainers gathered on Congress Street to participate in the nation's longest Veterans Parade, honoring fallen veterans, placing wreaths at gravestones, of course, coming up this Saturday. This Saturday is what they call Wreaths Across America Day around the country. Not only Arlington National Cemetery, but now hundreds and hundreds, thousands maybe, of cemeteries all over the country. Karen Wooster, executive director of Wreaths Across America, says the tradition started within their own family. It's grown, obviously, into a community celebration that brings thousands of people together every year. It's become a family tradition that went from 1992 to 2005. In 2005, a Pentagon photographer took a picture of the wreath at Arlington, and it went on the internet, and we never planned it, she says. But coming up, yes, this Saturday, Wreaths Across America Day, all around the country. Let's look at some of the headlines from other areas around the country and just kind of highlighting from Denver. to Maine, to Arlington. There's cemeteries right here in our local area. The cemetery we buried Uncle Fred at a couple of days ago is one of those that will be participating in wreaths across America with numerous veterans buried there. All righty, 844-844-3388. Let's get to Brain Dead. How the heck are you, Brain Dead?
Just trying to get my Tuesday started. But, yeah, me and Dingbat are going to try to do that this Saturday. It just depends on how quick I can get back on Saturday. But also, too, there's another date you need to remember, Steve.
Okay.
Registration's open for Mid-America, so come get your tickets while you can. Now, you're selling them for $19.95, right?
Yeah, I wish I could, but it's free registration. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, I got that email last week as well. Hard to believe. Registration for the Mid-America's already open online. Yep.
Yep. Now, me and Dingbat are planning to coming up, but like I said, it's kind of hard to say definite yes or definite no right now. We've got to get through January and toward the end of February before we can know definitely for sure if we can come or not, because she's been wanting to come for several years now. So, But also, speaking of dates on the calendar, have you heard from Senior Slacker this morning?
Well, he's actually poised to follow you.
Oh, should I be honored or I mean, I'm kind of, never mind.
Yeah.
There was a news story this past week that I did see that Yellow has settled up with some of the pension plans. Now, where Heat Wave is, he's better than what we are. Central States and about 25 other pension plans are part of this settlement. The Western Conference was smart in diversing out of pensions into a 401k. So he's done for, he's settled, he's waiting on the Warren Act money and the vacation pay. Now, I was talking to a good friend of mine about this past day. December 18th and December the 21st are the two dates to watch, because these are the two dates they're supposed to settle everything. MFN Partners is the one that's holding all of this up. They want their whole 45% or nothing. And I wish the judge in this bankruptcy case was like the one that's in the NASCAR judge here. It's either, we're going to get done by this date or we're going to get done by this date, and I don't care what you say. Because this has been going on for way too long. And, the judge is obviously going around the law with the whole Warren Act money. And like we were saying, like we were talking about this morning, or this yesterday morning, that we should have been divvied out first. I mean, if this is a law that's on the books, you must conform to the law as a judge. You can't make up your own law. There's no getting around this. And I don't know why the Teamsters can't grow a set of testicular fortitude and push that issue. That was my whole main problem with all of this to begin with. And I honestly hope and pray that I don't ever have to go through this crap again. I really, really don't. So, but yeah, I woke up and I heard Grump talking about the whole Michigan coach getting fired, and I don't know all the details, but I did hear Grump. Thanks for enlightening me as I did wake up. So, do you want to take a break and come right back with the NASCAR stuff?
Yeah, let's take care of that. Yeah, and I'm not sure, some of the stuff Eagle was talking about. I haven't found anything in any actual reporting on that, but I'll try to see what we can. I mean, all of this really just unfolded this past evening. The firing was, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon? The arrest at like 8:30 in the evening. So details have been very limited, but...
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
25 at checkout.
Okay, so we left off there. We were coming back with the latest in the world of Roundy Round NASCAR update. Welcome back, Brain Dead.
Yeah, I know you had to pay that Christmas bonus bill, Steve, but no, like I said, this whole NASCAR thing is getting deep and getting deep quick. I know Jim France testified this past day. I'm going to have to go through and read what all he testified about, but from what a friend of mine told me, it don't look good for NASCAR. And this is why I'm saying that the France family needs to settle, needs to settle quick. And there was a few things that was said a few days ago that that really, I don't know if it's hit home or not, but there was that economist was on the stand and he testified part 2 yesterday or the day before yesterday, that in the 7 years of studying, F1 went from a $1.8 billion revenue to $3.2 billion revenue, and all of the teams split about 45% of the revenue. Now, Steve, I don't have a calculator handy, and you could probably do the math on this. It's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
But he can't figure out why NASCAR is only giving the teams 25% of the revenue, even though they're taking on a huge chunk more of the cost because they've got a single source supplier. You have to buy it from the supplier. So, but there was also something too that we were talking about that made a lot of sense. Now, remember, I'm going to jog your memory bank here a little bit. Do you remember back over the summer, there were a few news stories that came out about a fourth manufacturer? Remember this?
Certainly.
Well, here's where the pieces of the puzzle's coming together. When Steve O'Donnell testified, he said that they emailed Jim France about the teams not wanting to sign the charter because of some sort of agreement in there. Well, Jim France emailed back, said, I don't care if I have 20 charters or 36 charters. I want to run the series without them. So, with that being said, since they own IMSA, what was to say they couldn't get some of the IMSA drivers to run NASCAR? Because the France family wanted to start up their own teams, but because the charters, they couldn't start their own teams. So if you started your own team, you own the series. You just can't go to Chevrolet and get Rick Hendrick stuff. You couldn't go to Ford and get Roush's stuff, or Toyota. How else to get your own stuff? Mm-hmm. Go to Honda. So that's how they were trying to bring Honda in all of this. And it's really sad that they're continuing pushing on. I know that Richard Childress, I think, testified. I'm going to have to go back and do a little more rereading on what's been going on. But from what I've read and heard, it don't look good for NASCAR. And like I said, settle up, give Jordan what he wants, and see what happens. That's all they're wanting for, is just a seat at the table for the rulemaking. Mm-hmm. They just want permanent charters. They want to build wealth. But their current system of wealth is flawed. That's the problem.
Well, per our last conversation, you said the judge was kind of angry at the slow pace and wanted this wrapped up by Friday. So, I mean, we're rolling to. Are they on pace to get this done by Friday?
From what I gathered, they look like it, but like I said though, it's the judge even told them Tuesday morning, I think it was, that they need to stop trying to force the whole monopoly issue. He's already ruled that NASCAR is a monopoly, period. They're trying to sort out the damages, what has been done to the teams, which is $360-something million, and also to what part of this is anti-competitive, because you just can't take your stuff to any other series, because they've said it before. They want to be the premier series. They want to be the only series in the country. But the one thing that they're overlooking, though, is the car series. That series that's run by Kevin Harvick and Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Justin Martin, the owner of Trackhouse.
Mm-hmm.
But they're overlooking that series. So I don't know why they're still focusing on SRX, because they wanted to lock up all the NASCAR tracks, all of the SMI and ISC tracks, thinking that they'd go out of business. Well, how many other tracks are out there? Road America, you've got Pikes Peak, and with Milwaukee Mile. I mean, you got other tracks that SRX could run at. But still, though, at the end of the day, though, they saw them as an honest-to-God threat. And let's just say, I don't know what's going to come out of this, because NASCAR is saying, well, we don't have the money to pay them, we'll put us bankrupt, is it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No, your valuation with the ARCA series, IMSA, and the tracks is right at $5 billion. So how are you insolvent? How do you not have any money if you're if Goldman Sachs is estimating you're worth at $5 billion too?
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta hear some more of this testimony. And by the way, Steve, I got a message for somebody real quick. Now, Dingbat, if you're listening, I got 2 words for you. Go to bed. Steve, I'll catch you tomorrow night, buddy.
All right, there you go. And yeah, we got a few minutes before we'll hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. And I believe he referenced one Senor Slacker was the word.
Yeah, I've been called worse by my ex-wife, so that ain't gonna bother me. Good morning, Senor. How you doing this morning?
Doing all right.
Okay. Well, I've got a lot to talk about. There was one caller talking about football coaching. I think it was last year and part of this year, saying Indiana made a bad choice hiring Signetti. And, they kind of dropped the ball against Ohio State last year. But, you know what? They done pretty good. Indiana's legit. So yeah. I think that one caller needs to reevaluate his ideology about the Indiana football. So, anyways, yeah, we had talked to Brain Dead yesterday morning about the yellow issue with them not paying their WARN money out. You know, they needed to set us straight, take care of us, the mechanics and the drivers and the dock workers, because we were the ones that were pushing, fixing, and getting this freight out the door and bringing it back coast to coast. They could have settled with the other companies that they were in debt with. You don't settle with the government. You pay them what you owe. But instead of giving that Darren, what's his nuts name, and the higher up of the yellow management, they needed to hold back money from them because they did not earn a bonus for killing a company.
Yeah.
So it's one thing or another there. Oh, Lordy. Oh, let's see what else. Trump. With that discussion with the news person, he's taking a page out of Ronald Reagan. playbook. Don't tell the news anything because they'll blab it out. Well, they just want to know this. They just want to know, what your plans are for this situation. No, when Ronald Reagan had us invade Grenada, the news people were like, well, why didn't you say something about it?
Right.
It's like, why let the enemy know what we're doing first before we actually physically do it? Good Lord. I mean, they don't have to be that damn stupid, but I guess they are. And I see we're coming up to the top of the hour. Did you want to... We got any time left, or would you like to hold me over? Or?
We are at that point where, I'll place you on hold here. So there you go. It is 844-3388. Much more to come. Again, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Coming up, we'll give you an update on $50 million to be spent on upgrading Interstate 71 in Louisville, one of the state's most critical travel corridors, which is also listed as one of the worst trucking bottlenecks in the state.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Lawmakers in Washington are reintroducing the Justice for Breonna Taylor Act, aiming to ban no-knock warrants nationwide. This bill is sponsored by Representative Jasmine Crockett of Texas.
It is time for us to set aside our differences and do what we all say we want to do, which is to make sure that we are all going to be safe, whether we are on the streets or in our homes. This legislation will prevent others from losing their lives unnecessarily.
Also sponsoring are Representative Morgan McGarvey and Senator Rand Paul. Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, joined the news conference as the effort seeks to prevent tragedies like her daughter's 2020 death during a botched police raid. A federal judge is blocking President Trump from deploying California National Guard troops in L.A.
U.S. District Court Judge Charles Breyer granted a preliminary injunction to California officials who opposed an extension of President Trump's use of state guard troops to protect federal personnel and property without the governor's approval. Thursday's ruling also orders control of the guard be returned to Governor Gavin Newsom. California Attorney General Rob Bonta was pleased by the ruling, saying, quote, once again, a court has firmly rejected the president's attempt to make the National Guard a traveling national police force, end quote. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Eli Lilly is putting more than $6 billion into a new manufacturing plant in Huntsville, Alabama, boosting U.S. production of next-generation medicines, including its upcoming GLP-1 weight loss pill. CEO David Rick says many potential locations were considered before Huntsville was chosen.
I think 44 of the 50 states and 300 different site proposals.
The site is expected to create about 450 high-skilled jobs, with construction starting next year and finishing in 2032. It's part of Lilly's broader plan to add 4 new U.S. facilities.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 497 points. The S&P 500 gained 46 points, and the Nasdaq jumped 77 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Millions of student loan borrowers may have to start making payments again soon.
As the Trump administration announced an agreement to formally shut down a major student loan repayment program created under former President Biden. Officials negotiated a proposed settlement with the state of Missouri to end Biden's SAVE plan. The program had been challenged in court by several Republican-led states during the Biden administration. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Authorities are preparing to evacuate 75,000 residents along Washington's Saget River as record flooding hits the state. An atmospheric river has dumped massive amounts of rain, threatening levees from the Canadian border to the southwestern part of the state.
We need the federal government to grant that request. This is critical.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson declared a state of emergency. FEMA support is expected, and 300 National Guard members will be deployed to assist. The University of Michigan has fired head football coach Sharon Moore, saying an investigation found he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Moore, who led the Wolverines to a 9-3 season, was terminated effective immediately for violating school policy. Associate head coach Biff Paggi will lead the team in the Citrus Bowl on December 31st. AAA reports that the national average price for a gallon of gas remains under $3, $2.94. Highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii at $4.96, while the lowest prices are in Comanche County, Oklahoma, $2.22. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
official. It is Friday Eve as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome. Back at it here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. This hour, I'll give you a moment to ponder. If you had to wager a guess, what would you consider the most unreliable used car brand in America? Unreliable. Again, used car. First, hello to Billy. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive, folks. Have a great day. There's Gary Montgomery on board as well. Hello, 5-7. Copy the mail. Go Navy. Good morning. And there's Rubber Duck. Morning, y'all, from beautiful downtown LaPorte, Indiana. Home, sweet home. Blessed to be here. Anybody know how to become a pilot car operator? Yeah, I do not have any answers to that question. And welcome back, Senor Heatwave.
Thank you very much for holding me over. Yeah, well, I don't know how to become a pilot car operator either. I guess you just got to call one of them companies and ask them. Oh, well. So Jasmine Crockett got her name on a bill to keep from having these no-knock warrants going on. Well, ain't that something? I mean, she's got to put her name to something so she can, whenever she runs for Senate, she can say, looky what I did, looky what I did. I saved a bunch of people. No, you're just a damn hood rat that's riding the coattails of other people. You know, and of course, Rand Paul is on there, and it's like, well, I don't know. I guess because did that happen in his state of Kentucky when that happened, or was that in Ohio?
I think that was Kentucky, if memory serves.
Okay. All right. So, anyways, yeah, that's, well, I mean, it was very unfortunate that it happened the way it did.
Yeah.
But we won't go into that too much now. So I just was reminded by Gilligan that Ronald Reagan did let people know what he was going to do. The bombing of Libya was going to happen in 5 minutes' time.
That was, yeah, we had our advance notice, right? The missiles are on the way.
Yep. So, anyways. So, yeah, the people that need to give money back to the drivers and the union folks for the WARN Act that they didn't pay to top off, all those that got the millions of bonuses. Steve, why would you give bonus money to someone who just absolutely tanked your company?
Mm-hmm.
That don't make no damn sense. It really doesn't. So, anyways, I know there was a few other things. Yeah, CFI getting absorbed by Heartland Express. You know, Heartland at one time was one of the higher paying companies out there with 53 cents a mile. I don't know how long that's been, but when Yellow put me in a situation, I went to CFI, and I was there for not even a week. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday were orientation days, and their gizmo that you dispatched yourself on and had your log ELD. That was a little hard for me to comprehend, especially when you had dead units inside the classroom. And then on a Thursday, I was waiting for someone to answer questions about it, and I even went to the safety department that dealt with that and said, hey, can you go with me and teach me this issue? They're like, well, you just got done with orientation, didn't you? I says, yeah, but it's still a little difficult when you have dead units there and all you have is presentations on a wall. And I mean, they looked at me like I was the biggest damn doofus that they had ever seen. It's like, well, if you're safety, you're supposed to help these drivers get to what they need. So I made one trip up to Kansas City on a Friday, turned around and came back, and they were going to send me to someplace down in Texas to get trained. And in the meantime, I had talked to my dispatcher at the time, and he says, well, yeah, freight's going real low. And I'm thinking, if I were to run 100,000, that's only 53,000. And that was about half as much as what I had made with Yellow. And I just used the excuse, hey, my wife's in the hospital. I've let y'all know that this was happening. I got stuff out of the truck. I packed it in my car, and I flew back to Albuquerque. I mean, you can't make a living like that, especially when you are already accustomed to, living the way you are. I mean, the house payment ain't going to go down any as long as the insurance kicks in, and then increases because, supply and demand. I mean, USAA didn't even realize that I had redone my roof on their dime. And they were saying that was the reason why my home insurance went up $370 a month. And I could not get them to say when it would go down after telling them, hey, y'all gave me a check to fix my roof. Now, what are we going to do to lower the payment?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, it'll be at the beginning of the year. Is it the beginning, like January 1, or is it going to be when the policy comes due
in July?
In March.
Okay, yeah.
Well, yeah. So, that's nonsense. No one can give you a straight damn answer, and today, December 11th, is my second year with the company I'm presently with. And, except for losing the tip of my left thumb, I've been very happy with this company. The insurance could probably be a little better, but, they're looking at the cost, and I guess they have kept the cost at the same rate per week or per month as they've had in the last couple of years. So, but for the most part, you don't do anything to draw attention, and you're good.
Stay quiet.
So
stay
really
off the radar. And when it comes to, I don't know how many people actually pay attention to that. That's a good point, Heatwave. Whatever if you have the employer insurance, what you're charging per month, oftentimes you have no idea. You feel like it's an awful expensive monthly deduction from my pay. But take a look at what the company side is actually having to fork over from their end. It's several times, in most cases, what you're putting out of your pocket. All right, getting ready for the cold, bitterly cold. And some of this is going to be dipping all the way down into the likes of the Arklatex region by the end of the weekend, taking it down to a forecaster, I believe, out of Springfield, Missouri. He says extremely cold, headed south this weekend. He's got the map depicting the wind chill values by Sunday morning. And as you see, this is going to be some dangerous stuff. Wind chills 30 to 40 below zero from Minneapolis into Milwaukee, Chicago. Now, the Arctic air mass will modify a bit as it moves southeast, but we're still expecting the coldest air so far this season arriving in the Arklatex region by, say, Monday morning, the 15th. For our area, we'll likely see actual air temperatures early next week, mid-20s, wind chills in the teens. We'll continue to give updates with the weather changes over the next few days. Get ready for this Arctic air mass. Treat that fuel. It's 844-844-3388. Back with the anonymous hippopotamus. Nope, looks like he disappeared. All right, well, we'll get an update from Carl just ahead. Vic's going to chime in on the cattle situation, I believe is what he had on his mind this morning.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so for a town where it seems like construction never ends, and that's many places around the country. Louisville, Kentucky is one of those. Here we go with a 2-year project to increase capacity, ease congestion, enhance safety. Governor Beshear says we continue to make historic investments to improve safety and reliability on the interstates and reduce commute times. This project along I-71 will make travel safer and more efficient for families, visitors, businesses, support further growth of Louisville's busiest corridors. So what do we have? Between the I-65, I-71 interchange and the I-71 Zorn Avenue interchange, Interstate 71 will be expanded from 4 to 6 lanes. Demolition and reconstruction of the I-71 bridge over Beargrass Creek, as well as the installation of a median and multi-use path are included in the project. First priority is to ensure safe, efficient roads for now and the future. This project will have minimal traffic interruptions, as existing lanes will primarily stay open during constructions as crews add a lane in each direction. So work was scheduled to begin on Monday, November 17, a traffic shift implemented. So use caution in the days ahead. So that project officially underway. Now this is going to be ongoing, all of 2026, most of 2027. Expected to be completed by the fall of 2027 once again. All right, before we get to the most unreliable car in America, see what Carl has going on. Thanks for dialing us up, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for mentioning me there earlier for an update on the chip situation.
Yeah.
What we've got Yeah, what we got now, Honda has several plants in Ohio, and where they're building vehicles up there, and they've had that for many years, and Alabama as well, and it's a very large corporation. Okay, and they've apparently found some chips because ever since Thanksgiving, I've been working 5 days.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we had to work a Saturday last week, Saturday, and scheduled to work another Saturday right before Christmas. And so we're working hard right now. And as a matter of fact, something I don't like, but they came up with we were going to be off on the 1st and 2nd following New Year's. I mean, on the 2nd and 3rd following New Year's, which is a Friday and a Saturday. We were going to be off those 2 days before all this happened about the chips. And now they want us to be available to work on the 2nd and 3rd, which is Friday and Saturday, and then come back on the Sunday night, which is the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I'm sure they're going to get a little kickback on that from the employees because they probably scheduled to be off for various reasons, to spend time with family after New Year holiday and all that stuff.
Sure.
But, yeah, it's going to be hard to get people to show up for those 2 days, I'm sure. But I guess I'm going to be available. I didn't have nothing scheduled for those 2 days, but I'm not going to like it. You know what I mean? But anyway, we've been working hard, and they've apparently, it was a deal with Netherlands and China that they didn't get the proper amount of chips for the vehicles to be built, you know, and we were having to reduce our days down to 2 or 3 days a week, sometimes one even, and it was kind of hard to put up with all that, but had to do it anyway. But yeah, we're back to work and doing fine right now, but I don't know if they're going to run out again, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they don't update us until they make their decision, you know, so but yeah, getting to the football thing about Michigan, you know, that's another opening that's came open there, and there are several candidates, I'm sure, for that position that are available. Offensive coordinators everywhere. There, you know, the Mike Hartline at Ohio State could be a possibility for that. Even I thought immediately about Mark Stoops from Kentucky. He could draw Vince Merrill back up there to Michigan. That's their territory anyway, that they love to recruit out of. And he may do better up there than he did at Kentucky. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that may be part of that may be an option for Michigan, you know, just to look into Mark Stoops maybe, even though he didn't do very well at Kentucky. But who does, as a matter of fact, at Kentucky? You know, nobody really does well there. But this new guy they've got coming from Oregon, the offensive coordinator out of Oregon, he may do a pretty good job there at Kentucky. I don't know, you know, just very, very much about him, you know. But Alabama, as far as them making the playoffs goes, I like Alabama. I've always liked Alabama. Have no problem with Alabama being in the playoffs at all. Except I think Vanderbilt probably should have gotten the nod over Alabama in that decision. And but you know, that's my personal thought on that. But you know, as far as Notre Dame, you know, acting like a kid in this situation, not even going to a bowl game, I just think that's rather childish on their part. And the NCAA should pretty much remember that and mark that down as far as, you know, just being belligerent on Notre Dame's part there on that, and not give them too much favoritism in the future until they join a conference. Okay, they need to join a conference to get some competition during the season, because all they're doing right now is they're just scheduling teams that are just a notch above a cupcake, and they're really padding their schedule, all right, so to speak. So they don't really have the competition that most conferences offer to football teams. The competition is great in the SEC. It's a beat-up conference, beat 'em up conference. And Big Ten is getting that way right now. I love Indiana. I just want to say I love Indiana, what they're doing. And that post-game interview that Mendoza made for Indiana after they beat Ohio State on the field there was just a impressive, outstanding interview that he gave right there. Emotional tribute to God and all of that for what he has done for Mendoza personally and the football team in particular. I just thought that was a blessing, really, what he did there for college football, and he should get the Heisman Trophy. He is a definite 100% true good football player, truly an excellent, outstanding football player, Mendoza. And I appreciate what he's done there on that interview and that post-game interview there. That was very impressive. Thank you for taking my call, Steve. Appreciate it.
Good to hear from you. Thanks for the update there, Carl. All right, when we come back, we'll get the rest of the story. Little teaser. Tesla. Yeah, they may dominate headlines for their high-performance electric vehicles, their industry-leading supercharger network, but a new analysis shows the company's older models struggling badly on the used car market, according to Consumer Reports 2025. More details just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has passed the National Defense Authorization Act, sending it to the Senate. The bill boosts pay for service members, provides some aid to Ukraine, limits U.S. investments in China, and repeals certain sanctions on Syria.
On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Speaker Mike Johnson won over holdouts, and President Trump is pushing for its approval. National Guardsman Sergeant Andrew Wolf, critically wounded via a shot to the head in a November 26th ambush in Washington, is making amazing progress. Wolf's fellow guardsman, Sarah Beckstrom, was killed in that attack. The suspect, Afghan national Ramanullah Lockenwall, has been charged with murder and assault with intent to kill.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 497 points, the S&P 500 gained 46 points, and the NASDAQ jumped 77 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE 40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. So, if I would have had to wager a guess, I would have not guessed Tesla. According to Consumer Reports' 2025 Used Vehicle Reliability Study, Tesla ranks as the most unreliable used car brand in America, placing dead last out of 26 automotive brands. Now, the review looked at models 5 to 10 years old. Tesla scored a reliability rating of 31. Trailing Jeep, Ram, and Chrysler. The findings kind of highlight a sharp contrast between Tesla's technological ambitions and the long-term durability of their earlier vehicles. Consumer Reports noted that while aging Teslas encounter frequent issues, the newer models now show better than average reliability, actually putting Tesla among the top 10 in new car predictability, ahead of several of our legacy automakers, including Ford, Chevrolet, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, Volkswagen. Still, Tesla's recall history remains a major factor in the reliability challenges. They've issued numerous recalls across nearly every model line. More than 46,000 Cybertrucks recalled this year over an external panel that could detach while driving. Back in January, over 200,000 recalled for a software glitch that disabled the rear view cameras. In recent years, millions more. Problems involving the autopilot, brake fluid detection, seatbelt warnings, touchscreen failures, steering control issues. The used electric vehicle market hasn't helped Tesla either. Prices for pre-owned Teslas have fallen sharply from the pandemic-era boom when federal tax credits were fueling demand. Since those incentives had been rolled back under the One Big Beautiful Bill, buyers have increasingly returned to gas-powered cars or opting for the plug-in hybrids. Of course, Tesla is facing fierce competition from China's surging electric vehicle industry. Brands like BYD flooding global markets with lower-cost models. A shift analysis compared to the 1970s when the Japanese automakers like Toyota and Honda literally reshaped the U.S. auto landscape. Topping Consumer Reports 2025 reliability list, topping the list, I guess most reliable were Lexus and Toyota, both produced by Toyota Motor Corporation. Yeah, most reliable, again, on the used car market. All right, see what Vic has on his mind this Friday Eve morning, Vic.
I was just thinking about you're talking about all those different car manufacturers and everything. Every time I see a Toyota pickup or any of their cars or anything, they're back to the same size as the American vehicles, and a lot of them are made in America. It's not like it was years ago whenever they had those real small pickup trucks and cars and everything. You know, the foreign manufacturers, they pretty much adopted the American model. So, and the whole gas mileage things almost kind of went out the window there in some ways. But really, I was thinking about real quick. What you got, that Breonna Taylor? She was killed there in Louisville, Kentucky. She was a EMT, and she had a boyfriend that was a drug dealer, and they had a task force in there, drug task force, and they thought that they were using her apartment as a drop-off for drugs. So that's when they got the no-knock warrant, and I guess when they went to go in there as a boyfriend, maybe he thought another drug dealer was going to raid his stash, so he shot at the police, and the police shot back. And I don't know somebody got killed or they shot in an apartment complex, and that was against the police rules. They weren't supposed to do that. But with Jasmine Crockett on her justice for Breonna Taylor's mother, she's still waiting for Black Lives Matter to give her some money, because that was used for Black Lives Matter fundraising, and I guess they raised quite a bit of money off that. So I thought maybe Jasmine Crockett was going to say that Black Lives Matter had to give Breonna Taylor some money, but that was just give Breonna Taylor's mother some money, but that was just a thought. Mm-hmm. And Spaghetti Junction in Louisville has been a disaster forever. So I hope they do get that fixed, because if you're coming down 71 and you want to go north on 65 up and around that bridge, I mean, it is a nightmare. Because they have 2 or 3 different merges, and sometimes you can get on, sometimes you can if it's rush hour time. But really, earlier what I was going to say was, unlike the beef cattle situation that they have right now, and it's we're coming, well, it'll be a few months here, but whenever it gets to bursting, and we know we're going to have a lot of cold weather, I hope that if the cattle ranchers or anybody else needs any assistance or something, they need to make sure that they do have shelters for those cows to calve, because one of the reasons that the beef cattle numbers are so low now was here a few years back we had that blizzard over there out in, I think it was North Dakota, somewhere out there. They lost a lot of calves out there, so that was the first hit against them. And then here lately they've had that new world screwworm fly, and that's kept them from importing Mexican beef cattle over into the American feedlots, because that's basically what happens is a lot of that Mexican cattle come into America to stock the feedlots for the big companies. And I don't know, I haven't looked at how much the feedlots have stocked up or not, but I know the beef supply is down quite a bit, so I guess they're not slaughtering too many out of the beef cattle, out of the beef feedlots now. So when I heard, Trump, some of the stuff on his agricultural speech, I just thought, I don't know. I mean, I know he has people there at USDA that understand all this, but I don't know if they didn't tell him how agriculture works, because agriculture, money can't solve everything, because farmers have to make 3, 4, 5, 6 year decisions. And just because you got a check one day doesn't mean that's going to help you farther down the line. You have to decide about culling calves and everything else. So I'm just saying, if we're ever going to get ourselves out of that high price of beef, they're going to have to take a long, hard look at that. And as far as pork and soybeans, you've got China, the largest pork producer. So they're here in America and Mexico. So why would they want to buy soybeans and raise the price of their feed? That's just thinking. But anyway, that was my comment. Was I kind of thought that Trump just doesn't really understand agriculture, and somebody either can't get through to him or isn't trying very hard. But that was my main thing. And the other thing you were talking about, all this racing stuff and everything else, and talking about the money. I've been trying to figure out why that New Holland Machinery Company has went back to nitromethane, because that was, Ford owns a lot of patents on that. Are you familiar with Victor Edelbrock? Edelbrock made manifolds and one thing and another.
Sure.
He was big on planet. Yeah. See, he did put a lot of work in that, and it originally came from like a German chemist, but it was really hard to. The material was very expensive, and it was mostly used like for just for laboratory experiments. And then there was a Professor Haas at Purdue University back in the 30s that he developed some way of developing nitromethane with just regular natural gas or propane, and even the flare gas off of the different oil wells and nitric acid, and he made it. And he was able to make nitromethane a lot cheaper, but it was also kind of explosive. So they had a couple of rail car explosions, and they used to argue that they weren't going to use nitromethane at the Indy 500. It's kind of an interesting thing, but what I was interested was exactly how New Holland was doing that on their agricultural equipment. But it's just that's the type of stuff. That's the type of stuff they used to argue about. Not money this and money that, money this. And I don't know. Somebody say, well, somebody's making more money out of this than they should, and I should be getting more. It's just kind of, I don't know. I pretty much lost interest in most of the sports because it's all just boiled down to a money thing anymore. So that might be part of it, and that's like with the like football, basketball, and all that other stuff. You can't just turn on the TV and just watch it. You got to go subscribe to this or that, and that's not really going to build much of a fan base. And the way you talk about Notre Dame and all that stuff, that I don't know, that used to just kind of be a tradition. They used to play in all the different sports. And the big thing, the last game that they used to always play was with Notre Dame and the University of Southern California. And I don't know if they did that this year or not, but yeah, that used to be one of the scores. But like I said, sports has not been entertaining for some time now to me. But anyway, that's just kind of look at it. My one grandson, he's some sort of a water boy there for the IU football team, but he's not to where he gets to travel with them, so I don't know if he'll get to go to the Rose Bowl or not. But anyway,
there you go.
But like I don't know. I'm just not happy with the way the whole agricultural thing is being handled. Maybe I'm all wrong, but it just you have to make long range decisions in agriculture, and I just don't see them being made. Maybe somebody.
Very good. Hey, Vic, thank you so much for chiming in. Speaking of agriculture, how about the two-time world champion bull hauler? He shared a little post this past evening, and I printed that up this past morning. I said, I'll share this with the audience. All right. He says, okay, I have to address an issue that affects many of us who run large cars up and down the road. You know, the truckers. Yeah, I got nipped at by another driver who was riding as close as he could behind another truck in the right lane. This guy or gal, whoever it was, watched as I overtook him in the hammer lane and did what I expected him to do. As I was right on top of him, he hits the turn signal, thinking that automatically gives him the right to the left lane at the moment he wants it. You ever seen that? Now, as with many of the drivers that do this crap, he found out this is not the case. I don't know that he's one of the few out there that has a CB radio, because he got crappy with me about, as he called it, my NASCAR move. Yeah, I said to him this, and it's a good thing for all of us to retain. This is going to maybe PO some of you, but it's good to start learning this. Now, I will say that neither one of us technically owns the road. However, we do have to understand not all trucks are created equal. When I come up on a plastic truck that runs on a timer, my experience tells me that for whatever reason, that truck generally will make an effort to come over into the hammer lane and shut down the flow of traffic by 10 miles an hour or more, which immediately causes a safety issue by backing up traffic. And once this truck is securely in the hammer lane, we now are subjected to a political race. Two governed trucks running against each other. Yeah, I made a decision several years ago to put boundaries on my time. Yeah, I know I'm ranting, but I tell this driver that when he waits until I'm within 20 yards of him to throw on his signal, I'm most likely right on his corner by the time he lets go of his signal. Yeah, that is if he actually uses his signal. So now I'm faced with backing off, letting him out, and spending maybe 10 minutes to go 2 miles, or just continue on knowing that in 10 or 15 seconds I'll be past both trucks, and either way, he'll still get his left lane, but he will not be wasting my time. So that is why this happens. Be courteous. Let the large cars do their job. You'll be respecting and protecting the safety of the motoring public on our nation's highways. Anybody see that out there? Ever happened to you? It's all right. 10 before the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, Brian Wild at Lubricant and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. The killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, maybe a little bit more information. What I've been able to scour via several sources, including the likes of the Detroit Free Press, People Magazine, USA Today, and in regards to the head coach of Michigan, detained after being fired this past evening, the Detroit News reporting that he was booked at the Washtenaw County Jail about 8:30 p.m. According to USA Today, no charges were listed per the online court records, but soon after the reports of his involvement in a domestic incident emerged. Pittsfield Township Police previously confirmed that an unnamed suspect was being investigated in connection with an alleged assault. The probe began on the 3000 block of Ann Arbor Saline Road. Police told the Detroit News that Pittsfield Township Police were handling a complaint involving Moore. The Pittsfield Police reported that the said location on Wednesday around 4:10. The media release confirmed a suspect in this case was taken into custody. The incident does not appear to be random in nature. There appears to be no ongoing threat to the community. All right, the investigation is ongoing. While police have decided to withhold the release of additional details citing the sensitive nature of the allegations, AMG Sports Media founder and editor-in-chief Amber Marie Green also shared the news on Facebook. She reported the alleged domestic incident occurred at an apartment where Sharon Moore allegedly attacked a woman. That's what Eagle was telling us earlier. Moore, also allegedly made some concerning statements about harming himself. Police located him, took him into custody. Of course, we already knew the rundown from the University of Michigan, citing, quote, inappropriate relationship with a staffer, which means termination with clause effective immediately. This conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy. So that's when they appointed Biff, is it Poggi, as the interim head coach of the Wolverines. Amber Marie Green, citing University of Michigan sources in a Facebook post, reported that the affair allegedly resulted in pregnancy. All right. According to the AMG Sports Media editor-in-chief, Moore allegedly paid for the abortion. She also confirmed the school's not required to pay Moore the remaining value of his reported $5 million a year contract because he was terminated for cause. I think he had somewhere, $12.5 million left on his contract. Now, where the university has avoided naming the staffer who was involved, many have named Paige Shiver, served as an executive assistant to Moore, a position focusing on off-field work, administrative coordination, recruiting assistance, team operations. So, rumor stuff in some cases, but it is 844-844-3388.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has passed the National Defense Authorization Act, sending it to the Senate. The bill boosts pay for service members, provides some aid to Ukraine, limits U.S. investments in China, and repeals certain sanctions on Syria.
On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Speaker Mike Johnson won over holdouts, and President Trump is pushing for its approval. President Trump is not ruling out sending troops to Venezuela. When asked about the possibility in an interview with Politico, Trump said, quote, "I don't comment on that," close quote, and adding he wouldn't say one way or the other.
Trump also said Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's days are numbered. Tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela have escalated since the Trump administration began conducting military strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Trump told Politico he would consider taking similar action on Mexico and Colombia to reduce fentanyl trafficking. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Amazon plans to invest over $35 billion to increase its artificial intelligence capabilities and expand its presence in India by 2030.
Big on India as they pour billions into the world's most populous nation. Amazon is injecting more funds into the country as it competes with its main rivals in the market, Walmart-backed Flipkart and Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Industries. Amazon has invested $40 billion in its Indian operations over the past 15 years. A wave of fresh investments from Amazon, Microsoft and Google
National Guardsman Sergeant Andrew Wolf, critically wounded via a shot to the head in a November 26th ambush in Washington, is making amazing progress. President Trump says he's even standing up in the hospital. Wolf's fellow guardsman, Sarah Beckstrom, was killed in that attack. The suspect, Afghan national Ramanullah Lakhanwal, has been charged with murder and assault with intent to kill. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
House GOP moderates rebelled on Wednesday, filing a discharge petition to force a vote on extending Obamacare's premium tax credits through 2027. The plan would cap eligibility, expand health savings accounts, and add a small monthly premium for low-income beneficiaries. Leadership warned consensus is tough with just days left in the session. An atmospheric river continues to dump rain on Washington state. Record flooding expected.
75,000 people who live near the Skagit River being warned they might need to evacuate. All residents in the city of Sommers near the border with Canada are being told to evacuate. There have been rescues by boat and helicopter. A landslide trapped 3 vehicles on Interstate 90 east of Seattle. No one was hurt. The National Guard is being activated to help. I'm Brad Ford.
Federal health officials are expanding a botulism warning tied to a recalled ByHeart baby formula. At least 51 infants in 19 states have been sickened. The FDA says contamination may have affected all products made since 2022. No deaths have been reported, but families are urged to stop using that formula as investigations and lawsuits continue. Before you head out to buy new toys for Christmas, Cleveland Clinic pediatrician Dr. Gina Robinson reminds parents to choose age-appropriate gifts and watch for small pieces that could be choking hazards. Test with a toilet paper roll.
There are some things that smaller children or babies or toddlers could potentially get their fingers caught in. There are things that they could eat or swallow that could be harmful.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
One of the largest classes in the NTPA is our next spotlight, and the battle for second was much closer than the battle for the title. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter with the NTPA Overnight Report. A total of 40 trucks pulled during the 2025 Grand National events for the Superstock diesel trucks, and Shane Kellogg jumped out to an early lead in the points. With 12 pulls on the 2025 schedule, Mother Nature decided to shorten it to a 10-pull schedule after raining out Fort Recovery. Shane started the season in his truck he calls Trump with a win in the first hook of the year at Hutchinson and a second on the next night. That had him on top of the points leaving the first weekend of the season. With Shane making 11 pulls in 2025, he had a very dominating year, claiming the crown by 29 points, which is very impressive, with only 10 events awarding points. As mentioned, he took a first and second in Hutchinson, then he went to Farley, which was not a points hook, but he took 15th. Then off to Toma with 2 solid hooks. A 4th and an 8th moved him to second in the points, leaving the second points weekend of the season. Then came Rockwell, and it proved to be a little bit of a tougher track after the rain earlier in the week. Shane managed a 6th on the first night and a 2nd on the second night of pulling. That put him back on top of the points, where he stayed the rest of the year. After Rockwell, there was only 4 hooks remaining on the calendar, and Shane made the most of them, getting a 2nd and 8th in Pulltown, then a win in Sandwich, Illinois, and a win to wrap up the season at the Enderley Pull-Off gave Shane the title. Actually, Shane basically had the title locked up after the win in Sandwich. As long as he got a measurable distance at the Enderley Pull-Off, he was the champ. Coming in second in the 2025 season was Craig Dickey in the Cummins Killer 3. In third, Marshall DeBrew in his 2015 Chevy he calls Flammable. Fourth was Jeremy Yeager in his truck he calls Trencher. In fifth, Corey Funk with the Funkin' Groovin'. Coming in sixth in the points was Ryan Funk with his 93 Dodge he calls Funkin' Movin'. Holding down seventh was the 2008 Ford of Nick and Don Gillette they call Top Shelf. In eighth was Van Hazley and his grandson Trip Hazley with the 97 Ram he calls Rock Hard Ram. In the ninth spot, Ted Dugan in his Chevy he calls Angry Shine. And rounding out the top 10 was Todd Dugan's second truck he calls Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray. Now you can keep up to date with everything going on in the world of truck and tractor pulling by just surfing over to ntpapoll.com. See the 2026 schedule, all the competitors, the results, and everything else you could possibly imagine. It's only a click away. ntpapoll.com. And now with the holidays here, it is the time to stop by shopntpa.com. You can get the pulling fan in your life, the perfect shirt, hoodie, or collectible this holiday season. Get them before they're gone and in plenty of time for the holidays by ordering now. shopntpa.com. Don't forget to keep up with NTPA Championship Polling every Wednesday at 8 o'clock only on RFD TV. That's 8 o'clock Eastern Time. For the NTPA Overnight Report, I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Okay, what do you say here? Here we go. Final hour underway. All right, prices at the pump. We see that the diesel price used as the benchmark for most fuel surcharges has just recorded the biggest 2-week decline in 2 years with their latest posting. Retail prices are catching up to a decline in futures prices that has been stunning. Yeah, that decline is not coming because of a drop in crude prices, which have been trending downward, but without a sharp fall. Instead, it is the price of diesel relative to crude coming back closer to recent levels after the spread between the two blew out in October and November. The Energy Information Administration said the price dropped 9.3 cents a gallon to $3.66. That price effective as of Monday. Now, the last time the Energy Information Administration fell that much was 2 years ago. Almost exactly. It was December 18 of 2023. Yeah, that date is also significant because it marked a 2-week stretch where the price fell 19.8 cents per gallon over 2 weeks. Now, we have seen a 16.6 cent slide in the last 2 weeks, the largest decline for that duration since then. Diesel and gasoline, having soared relative to crude in October and November, are now falling back more normal levels as refineries come out of their fall maintenance. For example, the EIA reported that for the week ending November 28, the most recent report available, the nation's refineries operated at a 94% operating rate. That number has risen for 4 consecutive weeks, coming off of an 86% rate for the week that ended on Halloween. That's helped drive down the price of diesel, first on the CME commodity exchange, and then with the usual lag, the price at the pump. Ultra-low sulfur diesel on the CME peaked in November at $2.70, November 18th. The steady decline since then, it has settled down 9 of the next 14 days through Monday of this week. Bringing the Monday settlement at $2.29. Now, that decline, even as crude has moved down directionally, but far from showing any sort of significant bearish trend. On the same day, ultra-low sulfur diesel hit its peak. Brent settled at $64.89 a barrel. It was at $62.49 at the Monday settlement. So that's a 3.6% decline, but by contrast, the parallel decline in ultra-low sulfur diesel in the same time was just under 15%. Now, the relative stability of Brent crude, even as the drumbeat of a growing supply-demand imbalance next year continues to grow, according to the report from Bloomberg, the chief economist of Trafigura, a leading oil trader, said this week on a company video that next year is likely to be marked by a glut or possibly a super glut. It's kind of hard to get away from that, he says. His view is not out of the mainstream. The International Energy Agency has been seeing a growing supply-demand balance that could have the latter exceeding the former by an average of 4 million barrels per day later in the year. So a glut in 2026 would follow a year in which Brent so far has fallen 17.7% from the first day of trading this year. Trends are prices continuing downward, in other words. Well, it's already known as the world's largest truck stop. They're planning to grow. The Iowa 80 Trucking Museum is planning a large expansion of its building next year to showcase their ever-growing collection. The collection of trucks and trucking memorabilia has outgrown the current facility, according to the marketing manager for the Iowa 80 Group and its world's largest truck stop, and the granddaughter of the original founder of the truck stop. We're looking forward to displaying new trucks in our collection, including 4 new Sterling trucks that were added to our collection last year. We also will have our 1948 Mack ESQ, which was an armored coin carrier for Wells Fargo, available to the public for the first time post-restoration of that vehicle. She said the Mack ESQ has been restored by the Iowa 80 restoration team over the last 4 years. So we're pretty excited to unveil this truck to the public soon. Cost of the project has not been released, but the construction expected to be completed by October of next year. Now, the last expansion of the museum was back in 2021. It does say construction over the next year will not impact the operations of the current museum building, which first opened back in 2008. The world's largest truck stop apparently continues to grow. All right, let's see. Eagle back with us here this Thursday. Morning, Eagle. Welcome back.
Yeah. Did you find out any more information about the Michigan coach after I talked to you, or is it?
Well, yeah,
still got the same.
No, I was sharing that just before the break at the top of the hour. And pretty much everything you said, I came across a story that pretty much, it's not from law enforcement, but a woman that knows supposedly what's going on. Pretty much what you said, that the affair got the girl pregnant. He went to that residence or something, and he was threatening to commit suicide. Police took him into custody. I do see all of that. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because that's what I got the information from the internet. You can't believe everything on the internet, but that was the earliest information. Like I said, this guy, it's really a sad ending to the story. It's a shame that a guy had to end this, well, at least he didn't lose his life. That's the main thing. He didn't commit suicide and take the other girl, her life in the process will kill 3 people, I guess, because she's pregnant. So at least he didn't do that, accomplish that. But it's really sad that a man would make this very bad mistake, especially at the top level that he's at. Like I say, one of the best colleges in the U.S. Michigan. I just seen him. I just watched the game. Did you watch the Ohio State-Michigan game a couple of weeks ago? I just watched the game a couple of weeks ago, and this same guy was on the sidelines, and now tonight he in a jail cell. Did you watch the game?
I did, yes. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I remember it was snowing outside, and at the end, almost to the end of the game, and I was sitting there watching this guy coaching. Next thing you know, 2 weeks later, this guy's in a jailhouse. It's hard to believe that life can change so fast. For people, people they need to appreciate what they have, because it can end very abruptly. It seems in the world nowadays. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about this Somali situation again. I've been to Minnesota. A lot of times in my career. They have a lot of places in Minnesota for trucks, a beautiful state, and these people were basically brought to Minnesota and put there by who, I don't know. But, because I used to wonder, how the hell all those people got into Minneapolis, Minnesota area. But these people, They have a very bad attitude, there's some of them driving trucks, and they drive the worst of the equipment that you see on the road. A lot of these guys, I don't even know how they trucks operate, but I'm seeing less and less of those trucks. There's a place called Egan, Minnesota. It's a suburb of Minneapolis. That's where a lot of them come out of, and you see them riding around in the garbage trucks that they got, and hopefully they'll get them off the road. They're very unsafe drivers, So it's good what they're doing to get these people off the road, because these people don't need to be out here. They was basically cheap labor. Like I said, the Joe Biden administration, Steve. It looked like I was hoping that when Joe Biden walked out of the White House in January of last year, December, whatever the hell it was, I would never have to mention his miserable name again. But unfortunately, it seems like his name keeps popping up because of all the problems we have in America right now. It all goes back to what this man did for the last 4 years. Unfortunately, it seems like we're going to continue to have to talk about this guy because he's the reason why Donald Trump is trying to dig us out of this hole. Like I told you before, Steve, Joe Biden had us in the graveyard. They'd already bought the coffin for the United States. They'd already put the coffin in the ground with the United States. Only thing that was left to be done to this country was to throw the dirt on top of that coffin. Luckily, Donald Trump got in before they could throw the dirt on it. Kamala Harris was going to be the final dirt being laid onto the America that we know. Donald Trump came along and saved this country from being 6 feet under for the rest of for us to then become a third world country, because that's exactly what you said that the other day about a woman went to the truck stops and half a damn people didn't speak English. And she was right about the United States was slowly but surely becoming a third world nation. Down in Texas where I live at, Steve, there's some locations you go in and they don't even speak no English. In some places down in Texas, in the southern part down by the border, Laredo, McAllen, Texas, Brownsville, El Paso, there's places that you can walk into and people don't even speak no English. And like I said, we were slowly but surely losing this country to outsiders. There's nothing wrong with having outsiders in the United States, but they got to come in the right way. They got to come in the legal way. And like Trump said, if you have to leave your ways and your customs in your country. We're not gonna go by your rules in our own damn country. So, speaking like places like Dearborn, Michigan, and Minneapolis, Minnesota, where these people basically have Sharia law. They basically taking over the whole city. They got their own police, firemen, the whole deal. And Americans are basically not welcome in a city in your own country, and it should never be like that in America. And like I said, Donald Trump, he's already got the ICE people in Minneapolis, and they're going arresting people, checking people out to make sure that they're here legally, and if they're not here legally, then they're on a one-way flight back to where they come from. And that's the way it's got to be, because these people need to appreciate where they're at. And like, I hate to use that, I'm not going to use that B word on your show because I respect you, but like Trump said, that's all people like Omar and those people do is use the B word all the time, complain about the U.S. And like I heard another guy say, if it's that bad in the United States, why are you here? If it was that great in your country, you wouldn't have left Somalia to begin with. So the next time those people find fault with the United States, think about that, my man. Think about what's going on in Somalia, and I bet you it's a lot better in the USA than what you ever had in Somalia. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yes, the president did make that point. If you hate it so much here and it was so much better there, well, go back. Yeah, you're free to return.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck
downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, Seth, good morning. Got your email. And I will share with the listening audience. Now, Seth says, my email, my opinion. Thank you very much. But he starts off saying, Grumpy was right. When people think about Obamacare, they generally think about illegals, deadbeat people that won't get off their ass and get a job. I'm guilty of this also. Yeah, those are probably a good part of people taking advantage of the plan. However, what most people don't realize is there are plenty of hardworking Americans on the plan. I was enlightened when a law enforcement friend of mine became temporarily unemployed. The ACA was the only option for him and his family during this time. It kind of opened my eyes to who's actually benefiting from it. Self-employed people, construction workers, part-time workers, maybe early retirees, seniors that can't get Medicare yet. There's many out there that it actually helps. Now, that is hard for me to admit, considering how much I disliked Obama. I bet a majority of those people voted for Trump and the Republicans. If the Republicans screw those people over, they'll be highly pissed and screw the Republicans in the midterms. Again, just my opinion, but... So Mike Johnson this past day said the Republican health care package that is going to be unveiled on the floor next week. He says it does not include Affordable Care Act tax credits. We have some low-hanging fruit that every Republican agrees to, but Democrats, they won't. Remember, they don't actually want to fix this problem. He said you're going to see a package come together on the floor next week that will actually reduce premiums for 100% of Americans who are on health insurance, not just the 7%. Remember, the COVID-era subsidy only covers 7% of Americans. It was passed and extended without any reforms, and it would only reduce their premiums by 4%. We'll pick up there following the news break as we hit the bottom of the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has passed the National Defense Authorization Act, sending it to the Senate. The bill boosts pay for service members, provides some aid to Ukraine, limits U.S. investments in China, and repeals certain sanctions on Syria.
On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Speaker Mike Johnson won over holdouts, and President Trump is pushing for its approval. National Guardsman Sergeant Andrew Wolf, critically wounded via a shot to the head in a November 26th ambush in Washington, is making amazing progress. Wolf's fellow guardsman, Sarah Beckstrom, was killed in that attack. The suspect, Afghan national Ramanullah Lockenwall, has been charged with murder and assault with intent.
Call, you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now, you'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, let me get back to the Affordable Care Act. The primary reason for the month-long government shutdown, subsidies for the ACA. We left off with Mike Johnson kind of explaining how the COVID-era subsidy only covers like 7% of Americans. It would reduce their premiums by 4%, he says. Democrats are using that as a red herring. The overall system is broken, and we're the ones that are going to fix it. You're going to see that laid out next week. Now, he had previously vowed to bring something on health care to the floor before the end of the year. He said Democrats plan to extend the COVID subsidies, devoid of any reforms, to clamp down on the rampant waste, fraud, abuse. Those tax credits have been at the heart of fierce discussions in Congress here in recent weeks. Democrats insisting they be extended to help Americans with rising health costs. Now, the Senate's expected to vote this week on a Democrat proposal to extend the subsidies without major changes. If I'm not mistaken, I think that vote is supposed to take place today, as a matter of fact. But Republicans in charge have already rejected that proposal. Hopes for any extension are diminishing. So, okay, there it is. In the Senate, lawmakers are set to vote today, Thursday, on competing health care plans. So they'll have one from the Democrats to extend the subsidies, while the other from Republicans would expand eligibility for health savings accounts and provide funding for those accounts. Majority Leader John Thune said, "This is a failed program. It does nothing but drive premiums up," referencing the Affordable Care Act. And the increase in premiums, who's that going to, though? That is going to the insurance companies. So the proposal we will put out there will bring insurance premiums down. It will be fiscally responsible. It'll get us away from the practice of giving all the money to the insurance companies. Put it back in the hands of the patients, he says. It'll be interesting to see when they try to lay that all out next week. I'm sure they'll have some charts and graphs and explanations of what that's going to be. But all right, Waymo, the autonomous taxis have been in the news a lot. Earlier this week, several people had shared with me the video from somewhere in California where it was a Waymo automated vehicle quagmire. You had two vehicles that appeared to have come together, and another Waymo that was on the same street trying to go the other direction, totally confused. All vehicles are literally sitting there in the middle of the road, unable to make a determination of what to do to get out of the quagmire. Ultimately, I mean, there were people that were trying to get to work, couldn't. The road totally blocked by the Waymos. Separately from that, we see repeated incidents of the Waymo vehicles failing to follow school bus traffic laws, becoming a cause for concern. A video from a couple of months ago showed a Waymo vehicle illegally passing a school bus in Atlanta. 19 incidents of Waymo vehicles violating school bus traffic laws documented by the Austin Independent School District there in Texas. According to district officials, Waymo vehicles are averaging 1.5 violations per week. They added Waymo made assurances in a November 5th letter that software updates were being made to resolve the issue. Since that correspondence, Austin School District officials said 5 of the 19 violations have actually occurred. Now, put simply, Waymo's software updates are clearly not working as intended, nor as quickly as required. We cannot allow Waymo to continue endangering our students while it attempts to implement a fix. Waymo's chief safety officer said the company's going to continue to analyze the performance of the vehicles and make necessary fixes. Austin Independent Schools concluded in their November 20th correspondence with Waymo by demanding the company cease operation of their automated vehicles during the time frame of 5:20 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., and again from 3 to 7 p.m., hours where school buses would be operating to and from schools, until more in-depth software updates are completed and they can guarantee their vehicles will comply with the law. They're also looking at potential legal remedies and said they intend to take whatever action they need to protect student safety. Waymo actually issued a voluntary software recall here just a few days ago here in early December. Of course, we had, I can't recall, was it a Waymo that actually ended up in the middle of the police incident about a week ago there? I think that was in California as well. Had a chase, law enforcement got somebody out on the ground at gunpoint. Here comes a Waymo just like, I'm coming through, look out, I'm going to be... Well, there's work to be done with that technology. I know that's one of your pet peeves. Plowboys just chomping at the bit to get a Waymo taxi.
Damn right. Damn, that'd be like a bunch of idiots now. Just wait till, 10 years, 20 years. God, I hope it never happens. Wait till you have 15 of them son of the bitches in a big truck trying to get in a damn pile.
Right.
My God, it's going to be a cluster. But no, it was LAPD's confrontation that they had.
Was it? Okay.
With a gentleman on the ground. Yep. But Austin, Texas, did you have to go back and get out of there? Read back through that. I got highly upset with Waymo, with what Waymo had to say. Something about their high safety rating and standards. Oh, just overlook all this other crap. We've got hired. Things are going to happen until. How? Now, can you just imagine somebody like Todd Spencer saying something like that up in front of the House?
Well, yeah, I mean,
House or the Senate committee.
First time you have a kid, trying to get on the bus, hit by a Waymo, and heaven forbid, severely injured or killed. I mean, is your perspective? Well, things happen. People are going to die, but we'll get it fixed eventually.
Yeah. Now cut the check. Okay. Now shut up, Mom and Dad. Yeah. Okay. You hit a sore subject. And we've talked about 3 instances. We've seen it down across our southern border. We've seen it, to Punjabi state over in India. Now we've been talking about the Somalis up here in Minnesota. Okay. Primarily the Twin City area.
Mm-hmm.
And how much money that they're getting from the feds, from you and I, Steve, Heatwave, Gilligan and Grump and the rest of us. Okay, where I'm at is this. Who's to say that they have not got somebody in there, just say a truck driver illegally, over here, driving a truck, making money, that they're sending over to Somali while they're supporting the family off of you and my backsides? Because that's the first thing I was coming up with when we just, like I just said, talked about the Punjabi state, the way them Indians were, and the calculator went ballistic. Steve, I got another question. Is a FIFA or FIFA, whatever you call that, soccer match, is that going to hit in Ohio anywhere?
I have no idea, honestly. Yeah, that's the whole World Cup thing coming up next year or something. I have no idea.
Yes, we got a logistical nightmare up here in downtown Kansas City. Our infrastructure is nowhere near fitting. And I think we got 4, 5, 6 games up here, starting like June somewhere in there to June 26th. I mean, if anybody's coming through here, stay the hell out. Go south, go north. Don't come through here. But here's a good story. Seattle. There may be a fight over that game up there. There's a news story coming out about this. Egypt and Iran is going to be in a game.
I did see that, yeah, because they're the two countries.
You're walking with me, ain't you?
Persecute the LGBTs or whatever.
Yeah, and it's going to be called the Seattle Pride. It's like, oh my God. But Dipstick came up with that, called it Dab. Yep. All right. Yeah.
All right, Plowboy. I did a quick pull up on the matches and the venues for the World Cup. Canada, Mexico, USA. So there are matches scheduled in Vancouver, Seattle, the San Francisco Bay Area, Los Angeles. Those are all USA, obviously. Guadalajara, Mexico City, Monterrey, Mexico, Houston, Dallas, Kansas City hosting some games. Atlanta, Miami, Toronto, Boston, Philadelphia, and New York, New Jersey. Those are, I guess, all the venues for the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup next year. And I haven't paid enough attention to have any idea when that actually gets underway. I'm not a big soccer fan per se. So, but two-time, is that you?
Yes, sir, Steve. How you doing this morning?
Doing all right.
Yes, sir. Hey, wanted to comment on that Affordable Care Act, because anytime I hear anything like this with these tax subsidies, none of this stuff is designed to give anybody any relief. I run around with the belief, like with the new Green Deal. That's all designed to get the disposable income out of the working people is what it is. If you're going to offer health care like that, why don't you just offer it to everybody and make it to where you don't hardly have to pay for it? And then the other thing that cracked me up is the Democrats actually talking about health savings accounts. Well, that's money that you get to keep that's not taxed, and you're going to use it for medical care. So how are they going to deal with that if they got money going into the working man's pocket that's not being taxed? So we've got a really good program here where I work at, and I have an HSA account as part of it, and I'm blessed enough I'm able to max it out, and it makes it virtually like you don't have any health care costs, and so the thing is, I know people that work at some jobs, though, and the health care that they're offered is the premiums are so expensive they can't afford to pay for them either. So I don't know what the answer is to it, but there isn't a single politician out there, Republican or Democrat, when they tell you that they want to take the money out of the insurance company's hands and give it back to us. No, they don't. They don't want to. The most dangerous person for a politician, Steve, is a working man that's debt-free, because then they can't influence him to vote for him for anything. And so whenever I hear this stuff, it's just like with the, you remember the electric vehicles, they were going to come out and give you a tax credit of $7,000 for a $70,000 car. Well, what's that mean? I mean, if you're going to give me $7,000, give me $7,000. Don't hide it in a supposed tax cut somehow. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to say. These guys are a joke, and what they need to do is, if they want to help everybody, just come in. And I'm a big free market guy, but I think if you cap the price on what these insurance companies are charging for health insurance, that would help. And then these hospitals are pirates too. I mean, this goes all the way around. When Deanna had her breast cancer, we had them give us a printout of some of the stuff. And when she was in the hospital overnight, the next morning she asked to get a extra can of juice to drink, and they had that listed on their Steve. And they charged $55 for that 12-ounce can of orange juice.
Wow.
On our bill. So to me, it's all a joke when they talk about healthcare reform, because they really don't. They're just posturing themselves when they get people to vote for them, and that's the one area. And I don't know how to handle it, because I have friends in Canada. Half of them tell me their program's pretty good. Others tell me that if you live in the rural areas, you're kind of screwed. We've got pretty good coverage down here, but you can't hardly afford it either. So I don't know where to draw the line on that. That's just my 2 cents worth, Steve.
Hey, and I always appreciate your 2 cents. And yeah. Oh, by the way, and I shared your little 2 cents in regards to the governed trucks getting in your way there early. I appreciate that. Thanks for the email, or the message, actually, that you shared there. All right, we'll wind things down here on a Friday Eve.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, somebody shared what they highlighted as the paradoxical quote of the day, which says, and I quote, "Fathom the hypocrisy of a government that requires every citizen to prove they're insured. But not every citizen must prove they are a citizen." Now add this in. Many of those who refuse or are unable to prove they are citizens will receive free insurance paid for by those who are forced to buy insurance because they're citizens. Yeah, I see what that's the paradoxical quote of the day. Hey, trying to get people to slow down, right? State lawmakers across the country are turning to new technological tools, trying to rein in aggressive drivers. The technology called Intelligence Speed Assist reads the posted speed limits. If a driver exceeds the limit by more than 5 miles per hour, the device prevents the vehicle from going any faster. The Vision Zero network says these speed limiters, built on the success of alcohol-related ignition interlock devices, are actually utilized in more than 30 states. Basic non-intelligent speed limiters, often called governors, have been used, as we know, on commercial vehicles for years. Todd Spencer of OOIDA said, better driver training for all drivers would do a lot to improve highway safety, but nonetheless, Virginia and Washington, the first states to approve what they're calling super speeder programs starting July of next year. Virginia's law will apply to anyone convicted of driving over 100 miles per hour Judges will decide whether to require speed limiting devices as a penalty for reckless driving. By January of 29, the Washington law will require people with at least one excessive speeding or reckless driving operation to pay for installing a speed limiter. You would be able to override the device 3 times per month. Now, Georgia, California lawmakers also passed speed limiter bills in the past year. In those states, governors in both later vetoed the bills. In the state of Wisconsin, identical bills would require certain reckless drivers to use this technology. Legislation that would mandate the installing the devices in vehicles for drivers convicted of at least 2 reckless driving offenses within 5 years. Those offenses must include speeding at least 20 miles an hour over the limit, and the devices would be installed for at least 1 year. In the state of New Hampshire, a Senate bill would require repeat speeders and drivers caught going excessively fast to install these speed assistance devices before getting their license back. That would also apply to reckless drivers when speed was a factor. Now, the term excessive speeding means anything over 100 miles per hour on highways or 40 miles or more over the posted speed limit pretty much anywhere else. There are several other states in the mix as well, but with that, we are out of time this Thursday morning. Don't forget, Josh slated to be here with us tonight. Josh Steinmetz will talk some Hot Shot Secret and get ready for the weekend as we roll into our Friday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.